Annoy. The neighbor's noise, which continues until late at night, is extremely annoying for everyone in the apartment. Deploy. The military deploys the latest defense systems in response to rising tensions along the border. Destroy. The huge typhoon completely destroyed the beautiful cityscape in just a few hours. Employ. The new factory plans to employ hundreds of local residents. Enjoy. On weekends, he enjoys listening to his favorite music and slowly sipping coffee. Joy. When she heard the news of the birth of her grandchild, her heart was filled with great joy. Toy. As a child, he loved to spend hours playing with wooden toys. Voyage. He set off on a grueling months-long ship voyage in search of new lands. Loyal. He is a loyal person who will never betray his friends, no matter how difficult the situation. Royal. He serves the royal family. Loyalty. He pledges unwavering loyalty to the Lord he has served for many years. Embroider. Embroidered her initials in blue thread in the corner of a white handkerchief. Employer. He is a very conscientious employer who puts the welfare of his employees first. Employee. The company introduced a new vacation policy to increase employee satisfaction. Employment. As the economy recovers, employment opportunities for young people are gradually increasing. Unemployment. The unemployment rate is falling. Coinage. In order to stabilize the economy, the government issued a new coinage. Poison. Poisons harmful to humans were detected in the soil at the old factory site. Noisy. His room faces the street and is very noisy with the sound of traffic until late at night. Avoid. To avoid accidents, you must always pay attention to your surroundings while driving. Devoid. The desert landscape was devoid of any life, with not a single plant growing. Void. If a contract is not signed, the document is considered legally void. Boil. To make tea, first bring the water to a boil in a kettle. Embroil. Against his will, he found himself embroiled in someone else's complicated legal battle. Foil. He wrapped leftovers in aluminum foil to keep the food fresh. Soil. The kids played in the mud and soiled their favorite white t-shirts. Spoil. Our much-anticipated weekend picnic was ruined by a sudden rain shower. Toil. To support his family, he works hard at a construction site from morning till night every day. Join. He joined a local book club to find more people with common interests. Disappointed. He was extremely disappointed because the performance of the new product he had been looking forward to was below his expectations. Join. The two rivers join in the center of the city and flow into the sea as a larger river. Appoint. The president recognized his many years of achievements and appointed him as the new branch manager. Disappoint. He didn't want to disappoint his parents, who believed in him and supported him. Joint. New energy development is being promoted through joint projects between the two countries. Point. He used graphs to emphasize the most important points in his presentation. Appointment. He made a hospital appointment in advance for a regular checkup. Disappointment. He felt a great disappointment when the ending of the movie he had been looking forward to was mediocre. Rejoice. The long war finally ended, and people gathered in the square to rejoice and celebrate the arrival of peace. Voice. She has a very beautiful voice. Moisture. This cream locks in moisture for the skin. Allow. Whispering in the library is not allowed as it disturbs other users. Bow. Under the weight of heavy snow, the large bough of the garden tree is bending as if about to break. Bow. In response to the audience's grand applause, the conductor bowed deeply at the center of the stage. Cow. On the ranch, a cow is leisurely grazing on the grass in the meadow. Endow. The benefactor endowed his alma mater with a large scholarship fund. How? He explained carefully how to operate the new machine. Now. It is more important to live this moment now to the fullest than to regret the past. Plow. The farmer began to plow the hard soil with a tractor in preparation for spring sowing. Sow. Believing in future success, he continues to sow the seeds of steady effort every day. Vow. He made a firm vow in his heart never to repeat the same mistake. Nowadays. Nowadays, many people use social media rather than newspapers to get information. Vowel. In English spelling, a, I, o, and u are treated as the primary vowels. Allowance. He manages within his monthly allowance to buy equipment for his hobby. Voucher. He received a voucher for his favorite spa from a friend for his birthday. Cloudy. The sky was cloudy all day today, and we couldn't see the sun. Devour. He must have been very hungry, as he devoured the served meal in no time. Flour. He bought the finest flour at a nearby store to make homemade bread. Power. As a leader, he has great power to lead the team to success. Sour. This milk has a slightly sour smell, so it's no longer drinkable. Coward. He is a coward who runs away as soon as he faces difficulties. Cowardly. He took a cowardly action by lying to escape responsibility. Outer. The astronaut wore a sturdy outer spacesuit to perform extravehicular activities. Thousand. About 1,000 residents live quietly in that small village. Thousands. Thousands of fans gathered at the concert venue to catch a glimpse of their favorite singer. Drowsy. I inevitably get drowsy during afternoon meetings after having a large lunch. Crouch. He crouched behind an object and held his breath to avoid being spotted by the enemy. Pouch. A kangaroo has a convenient pouch on its belly for raising its young. Aloud. She read the letter aloud several times to double-check its content. Cloud. The mountain peak was covered in thick clouds, and nothing could be seen from below. Crowd. A large crowd had gathered in front of the venue to wait for the famous artist to appear. Loud. He gave a speech in a very loud voice that reached the back row of the venue. Proud. As a father, he feels very proud that his son passed the difficult exam. Foul. He made a dangerous play during the match and was called for a foul by the referee. Growl. The watchdog gave a low growl as the stranger approached. Howl. On the night of a full moon, the mournful howl of a wolf was heard from the distant mountains. Crown. A laurel crown, the symbol of glory, was placed on the winner's head. Down. He walked slowly down the stairs. Drown. He felt his voice being drowned out by the loud noise. Frown. He frowned at the difficult problem as if lost in thought. Noun. In English class, I learned how to use nouns, which are words that represent the names of things. Renown. He gained international renown in the scientific community for his long-standing achievements. Founder. He is respected in the industry as the founder of the technology company. Boundary. A river flows as a natural boundary between the two countries. Surrounding. From the observatory, you can enjoy a magnificent view of the surrounding mountains. Downcast. After losing the match, the players all returned to the locker room with downcast looks. Council. The city council approved the budget for the construction of a new library. Counsel. He sought counsel from an experienced senior when he faced difficulties. Counselor. He is working hard on local infrastructure as a counselor on the local city council. Accountability. Public officials have a clear accountability to the people regarding how taxes are spent. Fountain. The large fountain in the center of the park is a place for citizens to relax. Mountain. His hobby is climbing steep mountains to enjoy the breathtaking views every vacation. Accountant. He is good with numbers and works as an accountant managing corporate finances. Counter. He went to the counter in front of the kitchen to give his order to the staff. Encounter. The encounter with local people during his trip gave him a new perspective. Counterpart. He discussed the new trade agreement with his counterpart from another country. Accounting. She majored in accounting at university and now works as a certified public accountant. County. As the sheriff of the vast county, he is responsible for maintaining public order in the area. Downward. The economy is trending downward. Abound. Rare and colorful fish abound along this beautiful coastline. Around. He runs around the park every morning to maintain his health. Bound. As long as you follow those rules, you are bound by their restrictions. Confound. The complex puzzle confounded many experienced players. Found. She founded a new school to realize her ideal education. Profound. His words contained profound wisdom and resonated deeply with the audience. Round. He had a pleasant dinner with his family around a round table. Surround. The old castle is surrounded by high stone walls and a deep moat to prevent intrusion. Wound. He suffered a deep wound on the battlefield, but miraculously survived. Roundabout. He intentionally used a roundabout way of speaking before getting to the main point. Bounds. His passion for knowledge knows no bounds. Announce. The company plans to announce a smartphone with groundbreaking new features next month. Bounce. The children were delighted to see how well their new ball could bounce. Denounce. World leaders strongly denounced the violent act of terrorism. Pronounce. He pronounced the difficult technical terms accurately in a very clear voice. Renounce. He renounced all inappropriate past associations in order to take public office. Account. He gave a detailed account to his boss about the reason for his lateness. Amount. She makes it a point to save a certain amount of her salary every month. Count. Children count loudly from 1 to 10 when playing hide and seek. Discount. The shop is selling all items at a 30% discount for its closing sale. Mount. He mounted his new camera on a tripod to take photos of the beautiful landscape. Surmount. They succeeded in surmounting the difficult challenges they faced through teamwork. Countless. Countless stars twinkled in the night sky, creating a magical scene. Downs. Life has its ups and downs, but he always remains positive. Spouse. When his overseas assignment was decided, he completed the procedures to relocate with his spouse. Household. She is an efficient household manager who handles all chores perfectly. About. He began to talk enthusiastically about his future plans. Bout. He experienced a severe bout of fever due to the influenza. Doubt. There was no room to doubt his sincerity, and everyone believed his words. Drought. Since it hadn't rained for months, the crops withered due to a severe drought. Out. He forgot his keys and was locked out, so he waited outside for a while. Shout. He gave a loud shout to get his friend's attention in the distance. Sprout. Under the warm spring sun, new buds have begun to sprout all over the garden. Stout. The old house has stout pillars to support the entire structure. Throughout. The rumor spread throughout the town in no time. Without. He left the house without eating breakfast because he was in a hurry. Outburst. He could not contain his outburst of anger at such unreasonable treatment. Outbreak. Health authorities moved quickly to contain the outbreak of the new infectious disease. Outdated. The software on that old computer is now completely outdated. Outfit. She chose her favorite outfit for tomorrow's party. Outgoing. He is a very outgoing person and can quickly become friends with anyone. Outcast. He was treated like an outcast by his peers for rebelling against the organization's rules. Outcome. Many people waited breathlessly for the final outcome of the 10 selection. Outline. He explained the outline of the plan. Outlet. He enjoys painting as an outlet for his stress. Outlook. Despite concerns about a recession, analysts remain optimistic about the company's future outlook. Output. The factory significantly increased its monthly output by introducing new machinery. Outrage. Intense outrage spread among citizens over the unfair verdict. Outside. It is warm inside the building, but it is very cold outside with snow falling. Outskirt. He disliked the noise of the city and built a small house on the outskirt of town. Outsmart. He outsmarted his veteran opponent with a clever strategy in the chess match. Mouth. He was so surprised that he stood still for a while with his mouth open. South. Many tourists travel south during the winter in search of a warmer climate. Arouse. The mysterious incident aroused strong curiosity among the local residents. Browse. He browsed through the new arrivals at the bookstore without deciding on anything in particular to buy. Doubtfully. He heard the story and shook his head doubtfully. Grouchy. He is not a morning person and is always grouchy when he hasn't had enough sleep. Butcher. The skilled butcher skillfully cut the meat into individual parts. Boulevard. The wide boulevard that runs through the center of the city is lined with luxury brand stores. Bullet. He is nicknamed Silver Bullet within the team because of his incredible speed. Bully. At school, bullying children in a weaker position is never tolerated. Fully. He fully understood the risks of the plan, but still agreed to go ahead with it. Durable. This material is very durable and can withstand long-term use. Purify. The hikers use portable filters to purify the river water to make it safe to drink. Purity. This spring water boasts a high purity, being completely free of impurities. Security. The security at the bank is strict. Mural. The entire wall of the old building is covered with a huge mural depicting the history of the city. Plural. When making an English noun plural, it is common to add s or es to the end of the word. Rural. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, we spent the weekend in the lush rural scenery. Assurance. The Prime Minister gave the public strong assurance that the economy is on track to recovery. Insurance. He has taken out expensive life insurance to protect against future contingencies. Duration. The film had a long duration of 3 hours, including intermissions. During his vacation, he took a leisurely trip to the historic city that he had always wanted to visit. Tourism. The island is famous for its beautiful beaches, and its main source of income is tourism, with visitors from all over the world. Fury. He felt uncontrollable fury towards his best friend who had betrayed his trust. Jury. At trial, a jury of 12 people carefully considers the evidence and reaches a verdict. Curious. The children stared at the box, curious as to what was inside. Furious. He became furious that the promise had been unilaterally broken, and he fiercely questioned the other party. Infuriate. His extremely irresponsible attitude was enough to infuriate his mild-mannered boss. Bureau. He is an agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and is assigned to a specific bureau. Bosom. She confessed all her bosom worries to her best friend. Could. If we had more time, we could have solved the problem. Good. He is a very good person who is trusted by those around him. Should. To stay healthy, we should eat a balanced diet every day. Wood. He prepared for the cold winter by chopping wood for the fireplace. Would. Would often go fishing in the nearby river on weekends. Woods. On the weekend we escaped the hustle and bustle of the city and enjoyed camping in the quiet woods. Cook. She cooked nutritious meals for her family using fresh ingredients. Crook. He put the crook of his walking stick under his arm and started walking slowly. Look. He combed through job sites looking for a new job. Books. As an accountant, he is responsible for keeping accurate records in the company's books. Full. I'm so full I can't eat any more dessert. Pull. I pulled the door handle hard and entered the closed room. Assure. He repeatedly assured the anxious family that the surgery would be a success. Brochure. At the travel agency, I was given several colorful brochures to help me choose my next vacation destination. Cure. Scientists are developing new medicines to cure this incurable disease once and for all. Detour. Road construction had closed the main road, forcing us to take a long detour. Endure. He endured the rigorous training and finally completed the marathon. Ensure. The company has implemented a strict inspection system to ensure the quality of its products. Immature. Although he is physically big, his way of thinking and behavior is very immature and childish, causing trouble for those around him. Insure. In case of an accident or illness, he insured himself to cover expensive medical expenses. Lure. A clever advertising slogan lures many consumers into a new service. Mature. She is mentally more mature than her age and always makes calm decisions. Moor. The sailors moored their ships securely to the harbor pier before the storm arrived. Obscure. His explanations were full of technical terms and were obscure to the general public. Premature. It was a premature birth, meaning the baby was born several weeks earlier than expected. Pure. This is pure water. Reassure. He gently patted the anxious child on the shoulder and reassured him that everything would be okay. Secure. Please secure the door firmly. Sure. He was sure his answer was correct and raised his hand confidently. Surely. With all the preparations we've made, I'm sure the project will be a success. Bush. I pruned a large bush in the corner of the garden to give it shape. Push. He feels he needs one last push to make his dream a reality. Foot. We decided to stay overnight in a small village at the foot of the mountain. Put. He put the book he had finished reading back on the shelf to return it to its original place. Footnote. He provided detailed references in the footnotes of his paper. Footprint. There were footprints left on the sandy beach from someone who had walked there earlier. Google. Whenever I come across a word or historical fact I don't understand, I immediately Google it on my smartphone to look it up. Punctual. He is a very punctual person and has never been late for an appointment. Utensil. Before he started cooking, he took out cooking utensils such as a ladle and a spatula from a drawer. Brew. Every morning he grinds his own favorite beans and brews fresh coffee. Chew. To aid digestion, it is important to chew each bite thoroughly before swallowing. Clue. Police are working to identify the culprit using a few fingerprints left at the scene as a clue. Coup. The military coup led to a change of government and created tensions throughout the country. Crew. Aircraft crew undergo rigorous training to ensure the safety of passengers. Cue. At the host's cue, the stage curtain began to slowly rise. Do. He cleared up the household chores that had piled up over the weekend and was ready to do his new job on Monday. Due. The report is due this Friday, so he is rushing to write it. Few. Only a few guests attended the party, and the atmosphere was a little lonely. Flu. In winter, vaccinations are recommended to prevent the spread of flu. Glue. To repair the broken model, he used a strong glue to hold the parts together. Grew. The small sapling I planted in my garden grew into a towering tree within a few years. Into. He got out of the car and walked quietly into the old library. Pursue. He is single-mindedly pursuing his childhood dream of becoming an astronaut. Queue. Long queues formed in front of popular ramen restaurants even before they opened. Renew. I went through the process of renewing my driver's license before it expired. Screw. He tightened the screws to secure the loose chair legs. Subdue. Police were called in to quell the riots and managed to subdue the unrest over the course of several hours. Sue. He decided to sue the company for damages for his wrongful dismissal. Through. He made his way through the dense forest, pushing his way through the lush vegetation. To. Studies hard every day until late at night in order to realize his dreams for the future. 2. He was very tired, but he had too much work to do to rest. Undo. He accidentally deleted a file and quickly pressed the undo button. View. The view from the hotel room is great. Who? He introduced everyone to the people who made this wonderful project a success. You. He has complete confidence in you, to accomplish this difficult task. Zoo. On the weekend, my family and I went to the zoo and enjoyed observing the rare animals. Suicide. The government has set up a 24-hour helpline to prevent suicide among young people. Fluid. The situation is extremely fluid, and it is very difficult to predict what will happen next. Sewage. Under the city, huge pipes run that carry sewage from homes to treatment plants. Cruel. He could never forgive such cruel acts as mistreating small animals. Fuel. In preparation for the cold winter, I prepared a large amount of fuel for the wood stove. Jewelry. For her special occasion, she wore luxurious jewelry featuring pearls and diamonds. Ruin. A sudden storm instantly ruined the crops that had been painstakingly cultivated. Fluent. Thanks to his many years living abroad, he can speak French fluently. Mutual. They met through a common hobby and are now best friends bound by mutual trust. Buddhist. Deep in the mountains, an old Buddhist temple stands quietly, and monks live there. Viewer. The final episode of the drama had millions of viewers glued to their screens. Jewish. The area is still home to ancient Jewish culture and traditions. Newly. In the park, newly planted young trees are shining in the spring light. Truly. He truly regrets his mistake and has offered a heartfelt apology. Peculiar. There is a peculiar rumor that strange noises can be heard in the middle of the night in the old mansion. Humid. Summer in Japan is not only hot, but also very humid. Consumer. Companies conducted large-scale surveys to understand consumer needs. Humor. No matter how difficult the situation, he never forgets his humor and makes those around him laugh. Rumor. Rumors spread on social media that the popular actor was retiring, but he denied it. Tumor. After further examination, a small tumor was found in his brain, but fortunately it was benign. Numerous. On the beach, countless seashells had fallen, covering the sand. Illuminate. Streetlights illuminate the surroundings so that people can walk safely at night. Accumulate. He is saving money little by little every month to fulfill his dream of traveling around the world in the future. Community. The volunteer group carries out a variety of activities for the local community. Opportunity. Not wanting to miss this golden opportunity to work overseas, he immediately decided to apply. Universe. Scientists continue to research the origins of this vast universe. Unit. The apartments are equipped with a kitchen and bathroom for each unit. Unite. Two opposing political parties temporarily united to face a common enemy. Sooner. If the traffic jam clears up, we'll arrive sooner than planned. Funeral. I attended my friend's funeral yesterday. Union. Employees formed a labor union to demand improved working conditions. Stupid. He regrets making stupid mistakes that he would not have made if he had been more sober. Pupil. The skilled craftsman trains his devoted pupils to pass on his skills to the next generation. Supervisor. On-site supervisors are constantly patrolling the site to ensure the safety of workers. Usage. Excessive smartphone usage can reduce the quality of your sleep. Nuisance. The noise of construction work echoing late at night is a huge nuisance for local residents. Abusive. He lost his cool and hurled abusive language at his coworkers. Conclusive. Police finally found conclusive evidence that confirmed his involvement in the crime. Exclusive. This high-end club is an exclusive venue available only to select members. Crucial. The free throw in the final minutes of the game, when every point mattered, was a crucial moment that determined the outcome. Constitution. The basic principles of Japan's constitution are pacifism, respect for fundamental human rights, and popular sovereignty. Contribution. He has made significant contributions to the local community through his many years of charitable work. Dissolution. Disagreements between the two companies ultimately led to the dissolution of the partnership. Distribution. Logistics experts were called in to ensure smooth distribution of relief supplies. Evolution. Living organisms have adapted to their environments over the course of millions of years and have undergone unique evolution and development. Execution. It is important to make a plan, but what is even more important is the reliable execution. Institution. The university is the most important educational institution in the region, with a history of over 100 years. Pollution. In order to reduce air pollution, many countries are tightening exhaust gas regulations. Prosecution. The prosecution is preparing to prosecute the defendant in order to prove his guilt. Resolution. His New Year's resolution was to read for an hour every day. Revolution. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally changed people's lifestyles and social structures. Solution. He presented original solutions to complex mathematical problems that no one had ever thought of before. Suitable. Formal parties require you to dress appropriately for the occasion. Utilize. By efficiently utilizing solar energy, utility bills can be significantly reduced. Brutal. The film depicts the brutal reality of the battlefield in an unvarnished and realistic manner. Shooting. He watched the shooting star streak across the night sky and silently made a wish in his heart. Duty. Citizens have basic duties to obey the law and pay taxes. Neutral. He maintained a neutral stance in the dispute between his two friends, not taking sides. Approval. He has submitted a proposal for a new project and is waiting for approval from his boss. Reusable. This bottle is reusable, so it is eco-friendly. Enthusiasm. She is incredibly enthusiastic about her new hobby of woodworking. Unusual. This winter has been unusually warm, causing flowers to bloom earlier in many places. Conclusion. After months of discussion, the team finally came to a final conclusion. Confusion. Insufficient signage caused confusion among passengers inside the station. Delusion. He was obsessed with the delusion that he had psychic powers. Exclusion. He invited everyone to the party without excluding anyone in particular. Fusion. The fusion of these two different cultures has resulted in the creation of a new type of music that has never been heard before. Illusion. Using his magic techniques, he performed an illusion in which a dove appeared out of thin air. Seclusion. In order to concentrate on his writing, he chose seclusion in a remote mountain lodge away from the city. Transfusion. He lost a lot of blood during the surgery and was immediately given a blood transfusion. Unusually. This winter has been unusually warm compared to previous years, causing flowers to bloom earlier in many places. Conclude. After months of negotiations, the two companies finally concluded their discussions by agreeing to merge. Crude. Lacking modern equipment, he managed to complete the repairs using crude tools. Exclude. He listened to everyone fairly without excluding any particular group. Food. In the areas affected by the earthquake, there is a shortage of supplies such as drinking water and food. Include. The price of this tour includes not only accommodation but all meals. Intrude. Entering a room without knocking is an intrusion into someone's privacy. Mood. The soft light streaming in through the window created a calming mood throughout the room. Rude. He was very rude even to people he met for the first time, which earned him a bad reputation. Shrewd. He made a huge fortune in a short space of time through his shrewd investment decisions. Soothe. The mother tried to soothe her crying baby by singing softly. Proof. To prove his innocence, he presented solid evidence of his alibi for the night of the incident. Huge. The stadium is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities that can accommodate huge numbers of spectators. Nuclear. Is considering building a new nuclear power plant to alleviate its energy shortage. Rule. We have decided on some basic rules to ensure our communal life runs smoothly. School. Every morning he drives his children to school. Assume. He assumed the other person was the culprit, even though he had no solid evidence. Bloom. With the arrival of spring, the cherry trees in the garden all bloomed at once, creating a beautiful sight. Broom. He picked up his new broom to sweep away the leaves that had accumulated on his front porch. Consume. In modern society, we consume enormous amounts of energy and resources every day. Doom. Many scientists warn that if global warming continues at its current rate, doom awaits the Earth's future. Groom. Before his wedding, he was dressed like a fine groom, dressed sharply in a tuxedo. Perfume. As she passed by, a gorgeous and elegant perfume wafted through the air. Plume. The volcano erupted, sending a huge plume of ash high into the sky. Presume. He presumed that the other party would agree, and proceeded with the preparations on his own. Resume. The break ended and the meeting resumed where it had been interrupted. Tomb. Many precious gold objects have been discovered in the tombs of ancient Egyptian kings. Whom. He wrote a letter addressed to whom? His most respected teacher. Afternoon. He likes to spend his afternoons reading in the quiet library. Boon. The latest technology is a great boon for people living in sparsely populated areas. Cartoon. As a child, he looked forward to watching cartoons on television on Sunday mornings. Immune. The rules apply to everyone, and no one is immune from their restrictions. Inopportune. The phone rang in the middle of an important meeting, which was a very inopportune time. Noon. Every day at noon he goes for a walk in a nearby park without fail. Saloon. In Western movies, cowboys gather in saloons to drink alcohol. Soon. He quickly left the room saying, "I'll be back soon." Tune. He tuned the strings on his guitar properly and began to play his favorite tune. Droop. I forgot to water my potted flowers, so they started to look limp and droop. Scoop. He used a large scoop to pour the flour from the bag into a bowl. Stoop. He stooped and reached down to pick up the dropped keys. Swoop. An eagle with sharp talons spots its prey and swoops down from the sky. Troop. After completing their training, the troop marched back to base in an orderly fashion. Abuse. Abusing power is a serious problem that undermines the very foundations of democracy. Diffuse. The content of his writing was diffuse, and ultimately it was impossible to understand what he was trying to say. Excuse. He gave a plausible excuse for being late: transportation disruptions. Induce. Doctors considered procedures to induce labor if it did not start naturally. Introduce. At the party, he introduced the new member to everyone. Loose. This clothes is a little loose. Produce. Is rich in produce, including fresh vegetables and fruits. Reduce. In order to protect the environment, the government has launched a campaign to reduce plastic waste emissions. Reproduce. The copier beautifully reproduced the fine details of old photographs. Reuse. To protect the environment, it is recommended that you reuse plastic bags after use, rather than throwing them away. Seduce. The scammers use sweet talk to try to seduce the elderly into making big investments. Use. This tool has a very useful use for repairing broken machinery. Useful. This multi-purpose knife is extremely useful for camping, outdoor activities, and many other occasions. Useless. A flashlight with dead batteries is completely useless in the pitch black of a forest. Boost. As a result of the new advertising campaign, we were able to significantly boost sales of our product. Acute. He was struck with sudden, acute abdominal pain and was taken to the hospital by ambulance. Commute. Every morning he commutes to work, spending an hour on a packed train. Dilute. This detergent is very strong, so be sure to dilute it with water before use. Dispute. The two neighboring countries have been embroiled in a bitter dispute over territory near their border for many years. Pollute. Chemicals discharged from factories pollute rivers and have a negative impact on the local ecosystem. Pursuit. He decided to leave a stable job to pursue his ideal career. Recruit. To accelerate technological innovation, the company recruited talented engineers from around the world. Repute. The restaurant has a reputation for serving the best pasta in town. Root. Plants have roots that go deep into the ground and absorb water and nutrients from them. Salute. The soldiers saluted the commander as he appeared at the ceremony. Suit. He bought a new well-tailored navy blue suit for an important interview. Absolutely. He is absolutely convinced that the plan will succeed and has no doubts whatsoever. Truth. He believes that no matter how difficult the situation, one should never lie and should tell the truth. Youth. He spent his youth in the countryside. Approve. The board of directors formally approved the budget proposal to build a new branch. Improve. By practicing every day, he dramatically improved his tennis skills. Move. He decided to move to another city to start a new career. Prove. He presented conclusive evidence to the court to prove his innocence. Remove. The surgery was successful in safely removing a small tumor in his stomach. Improvement. The introduction of the latest system has resulted in significant improvements in operational efficiency. Accuse. He publicly accused his colleague of leaking confidential company information. Amuse. He performed magic tricks, much to the amusement of the children who had gathered. Choose. From among the many options available, he chose the path that best suited his future. Confuse. There are so many buttons with similar names that it's easy for first-time users to get confused. Cruise. To celebrate their retirement, they went on a luxury cruise around the world. Infuse. The arrival of new leadership infused new energy into a stagnant team. Lose. Due to his carelessness, he lost his precious house keys somewhere. Refuse. He firmly refused to accept the contract under the unfair terms. Amusement. The park has plenty of amusement facilities for children to play at all day long. Used. He didn't have the budget to buy a new one, so he bought a good used car. Blur. The heavy rain blurred vision and made driving difficult. Chauffeur. He ordered his chauffeur to drive the car around to the front of the hotel. Confer. The professor is preparing to confer the degree to the student. Deter. Imposing severe penalties has the effect of deterring crime. Entrepreneur. As a young entrepreneur, he is launching new IT services one after another. Fur. To protect themselves from the bitter winter cold, they wore hats with thick fur. Incur. Unplanned investments carry the risk of incurring large losses. Infer. From the look on his face, I could infer that the news was not good news for him. Occur. He closed his eyes and waited quietly until a good idea occurred. Per. The participation fee is set at 5,000 yen per person. Prefer. I tend to prefer tea to coffee. Recur. Without proper treatment, the disease may recur after several years. Refer. For more information, refer to page 15 of the manual. Spur. The success spurred him on to try harder. Stir. I stirred the soup slowly with a ladle to ensure the flavor was uniform. Transfer. He will be transferred to the London branch next month. Courage. Sometimes it takes a lot of courage to admit you're wrong. Currency. Before traveling abroad, you need to have some local currency. Currents. Severe thunderstorms are a common occurrence in the summer in this region. Recurrence. The surgery was successful, but doctors recommended regular checkups to prevent recurrence of the disease. Current. He always checks the current news and keeps up with social trends. Verbal. To avoid misunderstandings, verbal agreements should be put in writing as well. Suburban. He built his house in a quiet suburban neighborhood, avoiding the hustle and bustle of the city. Urban. In recent years, housing shortages due to population concentration have become a serious problem in urban areas. Disturbance. A loud noise caused disturbance in a residential area late at night. Disturbing. Recently, the news has been filled with an increasing number of disturbing events that threaten the peace. Merchandise. The store is filled with fascinating merchandise from all over the world. Merchant. He showed a talent for trade at a young age and is now known as a successful merchant. Purchase. He has been saving for many years to purchase a new car. Nurture. In order to nurture children's talents, it is important to provide them with an appropriate educational environment. Nurture. In order to nurture children's talents, it is important to provide them with an appropriate educational environment. Virtue. Patience is a virtue and is essential for overcoming difficult situations. Virtually. Using modern simulation technology, any situation can be virtually recreated. Virtual. Using the latest technology, you can experience real travel in a virtual space. Hurdle. He overcame numerous hurdles and finally opened the store of his dreams. Burden. His large debts have become a huge burden in his life. Murder. Police are pursuing a suspect in a gruesome murder that occurred last night. Murderer. The ruthless murderer was finally tried and sentenced to life imprisonment. Verdict. After a lengthy deliberation, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty against the defendant. Sturdy. This table is made of sturdy oak and is extremely durable. Further. It was determined that further investigation was necessary to determine the details. Furthermore. This project is over budget and furthermore understaffed. Worthy. His dedication to his work is worthy of the respect of many. Surface. The surface of the lake reflected the surrounding scenery like a mirror. Imperfect. No matter how excellent a machine is, since it is made by humans, there will always be some imperfect parts. Curfew. To maintain public order, a curfew was imposed, prohibiting people from going out at night. Burglar. Late at night, a burglar broke into the office by breaking into a window. Burglary. are gathering evidence from a burglary that occurred in the area last night. Discourage. Don't let the fear of failure discourage you from taking on new challenges. Encourage. The teacher gently encouraged the student who had lost confidence. Discouragement. He was feeling discouraged by his repeated failures, but a friend's words helped him to recover. Flourish. This civilization flourished greatly before the Common Era, thanks to the blessings of abundant rivers. Nourish. For plants to grow healthily, they need rich soil to nourish their roots. Nourishment. To maintain a healthy body, it is important to get enough nourishment from a balanced diet. Blurry. Perhaps because my eyesight is deteriorating, the letters on distance signs look blurry. Hurry. He hurried to the station so as not to miss the train. Worry. There's no point in worrying too much about the outcome, so all I can do now is do my best. Surgeon. As a cardiac surgeon, he has performed thousands of surgeries. Emergency. It is recommended to stockpile emergency food and water in case of an emergency. Detergent. I used a strong detergent to remove the stubborn oil stains. Urgent. He received an urgent call from the hospital and immediately rushed out of the house. Merger. The merger of the two companies will create a new company that will be the largest in the industry. Surgery. He is scheduled to undergo surgery next week to fully repair his knee injury. Surgical. He is known nationwide as a physician with highly advanced surgical skills. Virgin. The island is home to vast expanses of virgin forest, completely untouched by human hands. Circumstance. Due to an unexpected change in circumstances, we were forced to cancel our travel plans. Circuit. Electricians inspected the electrical circuits in the old building to ensure safety. Mercury. It was a very cold morning, and the mercury on the thermometer was below freezing. Terminal. Although he was suffering from a terminal illness, he never gave up hope until the very end. Permanent. He likes his current job and has decided to stay there permanently. Permanently. He liked the city so much that he decided to move here permanently. Terminate. Due to the breach of contract, the company terminated his employment contract. Affirmative. If you agree with the proposal, please give an affirmative response. Thermal. This clothing has excellent thermal properties and is ideal for working outdoors in winter. Determine. Are trying to determine the cause of the accident from evidence left at the scene. Sermon. On Sunday morning, the pastor gave an inspiring sermon at church. Murmur. She murmured something in her sleep, too quiet to be heard. Permeate. The aroma of fresh coffee permeated the entire house. Turmoil. The sudden change of government plunged the country into great turmoil. Eternally. He will be eternally grateful to the man who saved him. Alternative. Solar power generation is attracting attention as an alternative energy source to fossil fuels. Colonel. He was eventually promoted to the rank of colonel in recognition of his years of military service. Eternal. They sincerely hope that this beautiful scenery will continue forever. External. The device comes in a rugged case to protect it from external shocks. Internal. The company brought in outside experts to investigate whether there was any internal fraud. Journal. Every night he makes it a rule to write down the events of the day in his journal. Kernel. The kernel of his complex argument rests on a very simple fact. Maternal. She has a very deep maternal love for her children. Furnace. In steel factories, iron is molten red hot in huge furnaces. Earnestly. He admitted his mistake and apologized earnestly to the victim. Furniture. When I moved, I bought all new furniture for the living room. Furniture. When I moved, I bought all new furniture for the living room. Maternity. The hospital has a maternity ward for women who are about to give birth. Earning. His earning is increasing. Earnings. The company's quarterly financial results recorded its highest earnings ever. Earnest. He admitted his mistake and apologized with an earnest expression. Furnish. To furnish the new office, we ordered a large number of desks and chairs. Furnished. He decided to rent a furnished apartment so he could get started right away. Attorney. I hired a trusted attorney to help me with a complex legal matter. Journey. In order to rediscover himself, he embarked on a journey around the world with just one backpack. Thorough. The police conducted a thorough investigation of the scene to determine the cause of the accident. Thoroughly. To prevent accidents, the safety of the machine was thoroughly inspected. Purpose. He decided to embark on a long journey to find his purpose in life. Interpreter. He serves as the president's personal interpreter at international conferences. Interpret. He provided instant interpretation of complex diplomatic issues at international conferences. Versa. He supports her and vice versa, she supports him. Diversity. Accepting people with diverse backgrounds increases diversity in an organization. University. He plans to major in engineering at university and hopes to become an engineer in the future. Universal. Freedom and equality are universal values for all humanity. Person. He is a very honest person and hates lying more than anything. Personally. I personally oppose the plan, but I intend to abide by the organization's decision. Anniversary. Today I'm having a family meal to celebrate my parents' 30th wedding anniversary. Nursery. Since she and her husband both work, they leave their child at a local nursery every day. Merciful. He has a merciful heart and cannot leave people in trouble. Personal. This is my personal opinion and does not represent the company's. Nursing. She is studying nursing. Mercy. The judge, taking into consideration the defendant's deep remorse, showed mercy and reduced the sentence. Thirsty. He had been walking in the scorching heat and was extremely thirsty. Commercial. The film was a commercial success but received mixed reviews from critics. Controversial. The new policy has become a highly controversial topic among the public. Exertion. After strenuous physical exertion, adequate rest and hydration are necessary. Worship. Many people still come to worship at the old temple. Certify. This document certifies that he has earned a valid degree. Fertilizer. To help the plants in my garden grow healthily, I spread organic fertilizer in early spring. Courtesy. When visiting another country, you should show at least a minimum of courtesy to the local customs. Fertile. The area is very fertile and produces a large amount of high-quality crops. Certain. I am certain that he will play an important role in this project. Uncertain. Due to changes in the global situation, the future economic outlook is extremely uncertain. Certainly. Can you help me? Yes, certainly. Uncertainty. To alleviate his uncertainty about the future, he started investing. Advertisement. He saw an advertisement for a new smartphone in the newspaper and became interested. Vertical. The vertical axis of the chart shows sales trends over the past 10 years. Assertive. In order to get your opinion across, you sometimes need to be assertive. Dirty. The kids played in the mud and got their favorite clothes completely dirty. Courteous. The store clerk was very courteous and responded carefully to the customer's requests. Observatory. From the observatory at the top of the mountain, you can clearly observe even distant galaxies. Conservative. The politician has conservative views and is cautious about radical reforms. Servant. At the old mansion, the faithful servants who had served the family for many years welcomed them at the gate. Nervous. He seemed a little nervous before his first big performance. Service. This hotel is loved by travelers from all over the world for its attentive service. Observer. He is participating in this election as a neutral observer. Conversion. Technology is evolving to efficiently convert sunlight into electrical energy. Excursion. This weekend we are planning a day trip to the mountains. Disturb. He is concentrating on his work, so please do not disturb him unless it is an urgent matter. Herb. She grows fresh herbs on her balcony to use in cooking. Superb. Not only was the food at the restaurant delicious, but the service was also superb. Verb. When constructing an English sentence, it is essential to choose the appropriate verb that corresponds to the subject. Perch. A small bird is perched on a branch of a tree in the garden, chirping happily. Research. He continues to conduct research on new energy technologies in his university laboratory. Search. He searched every nook and cranny of the room to find the missing key. Absurd. It is extremely absurd to believe such an unfounded rumor. Heard. He heard a faint rumble of thunder in the distance, so he closed the window. Herd. On the hill, a large herd of cattle was grazing leisurely. Word. He is a man who values his word and always keeps the promises he makes. Words. He is very skilled at choosing words and is good at capturing the hearts of his audience. Diverge. Their opinions were similar at first, but as the discussion progressed they diverged greatly. Emerge. After passing through a long tunnel, a vast grassland emerged before our eyes. Merge. Two small rivers merge here to become one big river. Purge. In order to increase organizational transparency, corrupt executives were purged. Submerge. The floods caused many roads and houses to be completely submerged. Surge. As the typhoon approached, the sea level surged. Urge. Driven by an impulse, he ended up buying an expensive watch that he hadn't planned on buying. Verge. She was on the verge of losing consciousness due to exhaustion. Clerk. He asked the hotel clerk to carry his luggage to his room. Jerk. He was suddenly tapped on the shoulder and jerked in surprise. Lurk. I felt like someone was lurking in the corner of a dark alley. Work. He takes pride in his work and is unwilling to compromise on even the smallest details. Swirl. The fallen leaves are blown by a strong wind and swirl in the air. Girlfriend. He plans to go see a new movie with his girlfriend this weekend. World. Scientific advances allow us to instantly connect with people on the other side of the world. Affirm. She publicly affirmed that the plan was for peaceful purposes. Confirm. Just to be sure, I called to confirm that my flight reservation had been completed correctly. Firm. He has firm confidence in his decisions and is not swayed by the opinions of those around him. Germ. To prevent infection, you should wash off germs with soap when you return from going out. Term. The term of this contract is valid for 2 years from next month. Worm. After the rain, a bird was pecking at a worm that had crawled out of the ground. Firmly. He stood by his beliefs and spoke out firmly against his opponents. Terms. The two companies have reached an agreement on the terms of the new contract. Burn. The campfire burned brightly, illuminating the surrounding area with warmth. Concern. The ongoing destruction of the environment is of grave concern to future generations. Discern. Although the fog was thick, we could just about discern the light of the lighthouse in the distance. Earn. He works hard every day to earn a salary to support his family. Learn. He takes programming classes on weekends to learn new skills. Stern. He was very stern in reprimanding his subordinates for breaking the rules. Turn. Turn left at the corner and you'll see a large park in front of you. Yearn. It's been a long time since he left his hometown, and he yearns for the warm food of his hometown. Concerned. His parents are very concerned about his poor health recently. Surplus. This year's harvest exceeded expectations, resulting in a surplus that can be used for export. Adverse. Despite the adverse weather conditions, the climbing team continued on to the summit. Curse. He lamented his misfortune and cried out as if cursing the heavens. Diverse. This city is home to diverse cultures from all over the world. Immerse. She forgot about the hustle and bustle of the city and immersed herself in reading on the weekends. Perverse. He has a perverse personality, and when he is told off, he deliberately does the opposite. Purse. She took out a small purse from her bag and paid with some coins. Reverse. He took one last gamble to reverse the situation. Verse. He quoted a specific verse from the Bible. Worse. Without proper treatment, his injury became worse than it was yesterday. Burst. The balloon suddenly burst, causing the children to jump in surprise. First. The moment he scored his first goal, the stadium erupted in jubilation. Thirst. He quenched his thirst with water. Alert. While driving, you need to remain alert to changes in your surroundings. Assert. He consulted with a lawyer to ensure he could properly assert his rights. Avert. He averted his eyes from the horrific sight and took a deep breath. Divert. Due to the construction, police temporarily diverted traffic onto another road. Exert. He exerted all his strength to achieve his goal. Hurt. He fell while exercising and hurt his leg, making it difficult for him to walk. Insert. When using an ATM, insert your card into the slot. Overt. His behavior was overtly hostile and created tensions around him. Earth. Seen from space, the Earth shone beautifully blue in the darkness. Worth. This painting is said to be worth several hundred million yen. Earthquake. The area is preparing for a major earthquake that is expected to occur in the future. Worthwhile. It was a lot of hard work, but the sense of accomplishment when it was finished was worthwhile and more than made up for it. Conserve. We must conserve our limited natural resources for future generations. Curve. The road curves here. Deserve. His many years of dedicated effort deserves the highest praise. Nerve. Even in front of a large audience, he spoke confidently without losing his nerve. Observe. Scientists carefully observed and recorded the results of their experiments. Preserve. In this area, there are many activities to preserve the historic townscape. Reserve. It's a popular restaurant, so you need to reserve a seat in advance. Preserved. The old townscape has been preserved in its original form, attracting tourists. Although the plan was risky, they decided to go ahead with it. Below. The basement is located below ground level and is cool even in summer. Bestow. The university bestowed him with an honorary degree in recognition of his long-standing contributions to peace efforts. Blow. A strong wind is blowing, causing the trees lining the road to sway violently. Dough. The baker carefully kneaded the fermented dough and shaped it. Flow. Due to the heavy rain, the river is flowing much faster than usual. Foe. They once fought as invisible foes on the battlefield, but now they work together for peace. Go. He decided to go overseas in search of new opportunities. Grow. In the spring, the tulip bulbs planted in the garden begin to grow rapidly. No. He is the only person who knows the solution to the problem. Low. The area is at a low elevation and is prone to flooding when heavy rain falls. Mow. His daily routine is to spend weekend mornings mowing the overgrown grass in his garden. No. He gave a clear no to the proposal. Oh. Feels a great debt of gratitude to his friend who helped him when he was in trouble. Plateau. I had been losing weight steadily for several months, but recently I've hit a plateau and haven't seen much change. Row. He rowed his boat towards a small island on the other side of the lake. Sew. She carefully sewed her favorite torn shirt back together with a needle and thread. Show. He invited his friends over for dinner over the weekend to show them his new house. So. It was so cold outside that he decided to put on a heavy coat and go out. Though. He was feeling unwell, but he still managed to finish the job. Throw. He threw the ball with all his might and landed a strike in the catcher's mitt. Toe. While walking through a dark room, he hit his toe on the leg of a desk. Tow. A large tow truck was called to transport the car, which had broken down on the road, to a repair shop. Undergo. Before any new system can be implemented, it must undergo rigorous testing. Woe. The country's economic woes have been exacerbated by prolonged drought and political turmoil. Poem. Wrote down a short poem for his loved one, expressing his honest feelings. Poet. He is attracting attention as a young genius poet who expresses the beauty of nature with his unique sensibility. Mobilize. The government immediately mobilized volunteers across the country to provide disaster relief. Global. Climate change is a global issue that requires international cooperation. Noble. He has the noble ambition to put aside his own selfish desires and contribute to society. Nobleman. In medieval Europe, the nobleman had vast lands and great power. Sober. Although he is usually cheerful, he always maintains a sober attitude when it comes to work. Phobia. He has such an extreme fear of heights that he can't even ride a Ferris wheel. Odor. The fragrant smell of freshly baked bread wafted from the kitchen. Deodorant. As a matter of etiquette, he sprays deodorant under his armpits before going out. Clothing. When hiking in winter, it is important to wear appropriate layers of clothing to prevent body heat from escaping. Profile. He details his background and hobbies in his profile section on social media. Heroic. He performed a heroic act by rescuing a child from a burning building. Owing. He owes a lot of money to his friends and still owes a considerable amount. Localize. To prevent the spread of the infection, measures were taken to localize the source of the virus. Local. When I travel, I enjoy exploring local markets that aren't listed in guidebooks. Vocal. She is known as a very vocal advocate for environmental causes. Token. He gave her a small bouquet of flowers as a token of his gratitude. Focus. The focus of the meeting was narrowed down to next year's budget proposal, and specific discussions were held. Mediocre. Despite the advertising, the film was mediocre and disappointed audiences. Locate. I used a map app to locate the nearest subway station from my current location. Prologue. The prologue of the story describes the background leading up to the protagonist's journey. Polar. In the polar regions of the Earth, glacier melting due to global warming is becoming more severe. Solar. The house is powered by solar panels installed on the roof. Polarize. The debate over the bill intensified, polarizing public opinion. Holy. The mountain has long been revered as a holy place, and many pilgrims visit it. Petroleum. The global economy remains heavily dependent on petroleum as an energy source. Portfolio. He has a diverse portfolio that combines stocks and bonds to diversify his investment risk. Coma. The force of the accident caused him to fall into a coma, and he remained unconscious for several days. Diploma. After 4 years of rigorous study, he proudly received his diploma at the graduation ceremony. Moment. The moment he saw the beautiful scenery, he was so moved that he was at a loss for words. Component. This complex machine is made up of thousands of tiny components. Opponent. In the final, he faces the strongest opponent he has ever beaten. Pronoun. To make your English writing sound natural, you need to avoid repeating the same nouns and use pronouns appropriately. Donor. He is known as a generous donor who gives large sums to charitable organizations. Ownership. At a young age, he acquired ownership of the land and decided to start farming. Donate. He donated some of the money he had saved over the years to help underprivileged children. Stony. Even when she heard his excuses, her stony expression remained the same throughout. Colonial. The city still retains beautiful architecture from its colonial days. Erroneous. The newspaper article was based on erroneous information, and a correction was issued the next day. Harmonious. People with diverse cultures live together harmoniously in the area. Appropriate. At formal occasions such as weddings and funerals, appropriate clothing is required. Diagnosis. After extensive testing, a diagnosis was finally made that pinpointed the cause of his chronic pain. Grocery. On his way home from work, he stopped by a nearby grocery store to buy ingredients for dinner. Associate. She still keeps in regular contact with her former associates. Associated. Smoking is closely associated with serious health problems, such as lung cancer and heart disease. Coastal. As the typhoon approached, evacuation advisories were issued to residents in coastal areas. Socialize. She is very sociable and can quickly socialize with people she meets for the first time, even at parties and other events. Socially. She is very socially active and participates in many volunteer activities. Emotional. The final scene of the movie was very moving, and many in the audience had an emotional reaction. Social. In modern society, social networking sites have become an important social communication tool. Commotion. I heard a loud noise outside, so I looked out the window and saw a group of people gathered and a commotion. Demotion. He was held responsible for the scandal and was demoted to a rank-and-file employee by his department manager. Emotion. He hid his emotion. Motion. This machine is in constant motion. Notion. She had always questioned the old notion that women should stay at home. Ocean. The ship sailed across the vast ocean for several weeks before finally arriving at its destination port. Promotion. His many years of achievements were recognized and he finally won promotion to manager. Ferocious. In the wild, lions would launch ferocious attacks on predators to protect their territory. Negotiate. Both sides continue to negotiate tenaciously over wage increases and shorter working hours. Quota. The sales team is working together to meet this month's sales quota. Notable. Is known as a notable place for its many historic buildings. Notify. The recruiters plan to notify each candidate of the results of the final interviews by the end of this week. Protocol. In diplomatic situations, it is important to follow detailed rules and protocols. Noticeable. After a few weeks of training, there was a noticeable change in his physique. Totally. His opinion was totally different from mine. Potent. This drug is very potent, so care must be taken with the amount used. Notice. There was a notice posted on the bulletin board announcing that the entire facility would be closed next Monday. Protest. Thousands of citizens opposed to the proposed tax increase held a massive protest in front of City Hall. Voter. Voters lined up at the polls early in the morning to choose their representatives. Rotate. Rotate the tires regularly to prevent wear on machine parts. Motive. Police are carefully investigating his true motive for committing such a crime. Protein. In order to build muscle efficiently, it is essential to consume high-quality protein after training. Oval. The conference room had a large oval table that could seat about 20 people. Moreover, he is a highly capable engineer and moreover, has excellent leadership skills. Over. The storm passed over in a few hours, and a rainbow appeared in the sky. Overall. Although some divisions posted losses, the company's overall performance exceeded last year's. Overdue. The deadline for submitting the report was last week, so it's already overdue. Overhaul. To improve efficiency, we decided to completely overhaul the production line system. Overhead. Streetlights shine brightly overhead, illuminating the road at night. Overcast. The sky has been covered with thick clouds since this morning, and it looks like the overcast weather will continue all day. Overcome. She overcame many obstacles and finally secured her ticket to the Olympics. Overlap. The two meetings overlap, so I have to miss one of them. Overlook. From the hotel window, we could overlook the beautiful ocean. Overnight. The app became a huge hit immediately after its release, and he became a millionaire overnight. Oversight. The data entry omission was due to simple oversight by the person checking the data. Overseas. To broaden his business horizons, he decided to get an MBA from a university overseas. Oversee. The manager's main role is to oversee the progress of the entire team. Overstate. I cannot overstate how essential his cooperation was to the success of this project. Overtake. Our team plans to overtake our competitors by introducing innovative technology. Overthrow. Citizens organized large-scale demonstrations to overthrow the dictatorial regime. Jovial. He always has a jovial personality and naturally makes people around him smile. Nowhere. I lost my keys and no matter how much I searched around the house, I couldn't find them anywhere. Supposedly. The old house is supposedly haunted. Disposal. Proper disposal methods must be followed when dealing with hazardous waste. Proposal. He submitted a proposal for a new business model to the board of directors. Composer. The famous composer has composed numerous film scores and has won international awards. Cozy. Reading in front of the fireplace on a cold winter's night is a very cozy experience. Nosy. She is a bit nosy and is always curious about what her neighbors are doing. Rosy. At the start of the new project, the CEO spoke of a rosy outlook. Erosion. Years of wind and rain have caused the rocks to be worn away by erosion, creating a unique topography. Explosion. A gas leak at a factory caused a large explosion, and evacuation orders were issued to nearby residents. Disclosure. Companies have an obligation to make accurate disclosures about their financial situation to investors. Exposure. Prolonged exposure to UV rays can have adverse effects on the skin. Globe. After retiring, he embarked on a globe-trotting journey to experience cultures from around the world. Probe. Scientists have sent an unmanned probe to study the geology of Mars. Approach. We have attempted a logical and scientific approach to this complex problem. Poach. Patrols have been stepped up to prevent poachers from poaching rare wildlife. Reproach. His irresponsible behavior drew harsh reproach from everyone on the team. Code. He wrote new computer code. Explode. The climax of the film is a spectacular scene in which a huge spaceship explodes, emitting a flash of light. Load. He carried a heavy load and carefully climbed the steep mountain path, step by step. Mode. To improve his concentration, he turned off notifications on his smartphone and switched into work mode. Road. This old road is a historic route that was once traveled by many merchants. Clothes. He picked out the cleanest clothes from his closet in preparation for his interview tomorrow. Rogue. The organization has rogue members who do not follow the instructions of their superiors and act on their own. Vogue. Fashion that was popular in the 1960s has been given a modern twist, and is once again attracting attention. Choke. He was eating in a hurry and nearly choked on his food. Evoke. The nostalgic melody evoked happy childhood memories in my mind. Folk. He is an avid collector of old folk tales passed down among the local people. Poke. Out of curiosity, the child poked the hole with a tree branch that had fallen to the ground. Provoke. Careless remarks can provoke the other person's anger or resentment. Revoke. Due to repeated violations of traffic rules, his driver's license was revoked. Soak. To soothe my tired body, I decided to take a long soak in a warm bath. Spoke. He noticed that one of the spokes on his bicycle was broken. Stroke. He suffered a stroke, but thanks to prompt treatment he survived. Yolk. He cracked the egg and poured the bright yellow yolk into a bowl. Folklore. We spoke to local elderly people about the folklore that has been passed down in the village for generations. Bowl. She filled a bowl with fresh salad and placed it in the middle of the table. Coal. Old steam locomotives ran powerfully on large amounts of coal. Enroll. To improve his skills, he has decided to enroll in a night programming class starting next month. Goal. He practices hard every day to achieve his goal of becoming a professional soccer player. Hole. There is a fence around the area to prevent people from falling into a deep hole dug in the ground. Pole. To hold the flag high, we erected a sturdy metal pole in the middle of the yard. Poll. Recent polls have shown that the approval rating of the current government is gradually declining. Role. In the film, he plays an important role as the protagonist's best friend. Roll. The children were running happily after the roll ball that was rolling down the slope. Sole. These shoes are very comfortable, but the soles are starting to wear out and I need to have them repaired. Soul. The music touches my soul. Stroll. After dinner, his daily routine is to take a leisurely stroll through the local park. Toll. To travel on the expressway, you must pay a prescribed toll at the exit. Hole. He was so hungry that he ate a whole big pizza. Boulder. In the middle of the trail there was a huge boulder blocking our path. Shoulder. He set off on his long journey with a heavy backpack on both shoulders. Solely. Overcame the difficulties solely on his own, without the help of others. Wholesome. The farm grows wholesome vegetables that children can eat with peace of mind. Poultry. The farm raises poultry such as chickens and ducks and ships their meat to market. Bold. In order to overcome a difficult situation, he made a bold decision that surprised those around him. Cold. As the cold winter wind blew, he continued walking with the collar of his coat turned up. Fold. He carefully folded the letter into thirds and placed it in an envelope. Hold. She held on tightly with both hands to avoid breaking her precious treasure. Mold. He kneaded the wet clay and molded it into the shape he wanted. Scold. The mother scolded her child harshly when he came home with his clothes dirty after playing in the mud. Sold. The limited edition watches were all sold out within just a few hours of being released. Told. He promised to keep it a secret, but finally told the truth to his best friend. Unfold. As the journey progressed, the scenery unfolded before my eyes, revealing magnificent views I had never imagined. Withhold. The police temporarily withheld crucial information about the case, so as not to impede the investigation. Revolt. The citizens, suffering under heavy taxes, finally launched a violent revolt against the government. Comb. She carefully combed her hair in front of the mirror before leaving the house. Foam. The waves crashing onto the beach turned into pure white foam, covering the sand. Roam. Vast protected areas where wild animals can roam freely have been created all over Africa. Bone. He suffered an injury that broke a bone in his leg, but he is recovering well now. Groan. Groaned involuntarily as he tried to lift the heavy load. Known. He is a world-famous architect who has designed many innovative buildings. Moan. He had caught a bad cold and had a high fever, and was moaning in pain in his bed. Own. He dreams of one day owning his own company, and is currently training diligently. Postpone. Due to bad weather, the planned outdoor concert has been postponed until next Sunday. Prone. He has a tendency to be distracted and prone to making small mistakes. Throne. The heir to the throne sat on the golden throne after a solemn ceremony. Tone. His tone was very polite. Unknown. The island may be home to many unknown plants and animals that have yet to be discovered by humans. Only. Only person who knows the secret. Loneliness. Living alone in a big city can sometimes make you feel a deep sense of loneliness. Cope. She successfully copes with the pressures of work and balancing her family life. Hope. No matter how difficult the situation, it is important to keep trying and not give up hope until the very end. Scope. The scope of this study aims to cover market trends over the past 5 years. Soap. After washing your hands, it is important to rinse off the soap thoroughly with water. Hopeful. Although the situation is tough, the entire team remains hopeful and positive about winning. Close. If you don't keep the windows tightly closed, outside noise will leak into the room. Diagnose. Doctors use the latest testing equipment to accurately diagnose the patient's condition. Dose. The exact dose is printed on the medicine package. Gross. His careless mistake caused gross losses to the company. Closely. Security camera footage was closely analyzed to identify the perpetrator's characteristics. Boast. He boasted to those around him about how wealthy he was. Coast. I spent the weekend away from the hustle and bustle of the city, relaxing on the coast where the gentle waves litter the shore. Host. As the host of the party, he took great care of all the guests. Most of the participants were in favor of the new project approach. Roast. For Sunday dinner, we were served slow-cooked roast beef in the oven. Boastful. He is somewhat shunned by those around him because he is boastful about his achievements. Mostly. His claims are mostly correct, but there are some factual errors. Emotionally. She became emotional and couldn't hold back the tears when saying goodbye to her best friend. Demote. He was demoted from section chief to assistant section chief for serious disciplinary violations. Denote. The dotted red lines on the map denote new roads currently under construction. Devote. He decided to devote the rest of his life to helping poor children get an education. Float. The lightweight plastic container floats on the surface of the water without sinking. Note. To avoid forgetting, I took notes the important points of the meeting in my notepad. Promote. The company promoted the new product with a large-scale campaign to spread the word about its appeal. Quote. He quoted famous philosophers to support his argument. Remote. The village is located deep in the mountains in a very remote location and has no electricity. Throat. I think I have caught a cold, as I have had a strange feeling in my throat since this morning and it is difficult to speak. Vote. The people cast their precious vote in the election to choose their representatives. Noteworthy. His latest paper contains some very noteworthy findings for the scientific community. Both. She can speak both English and French fluently. Growth. The economic growth of the region has been fueled by the attraction of new factories. Oath. Upon assuming his new position, he took an oath to uphold the Constitution and to perform his duties faithfully. Drove. As soon as he got his new car, he drove down to the coast for the weekend. Compose. He composed a new symphony to express the emotions welling up inside him. Disclose. Companies have an obligation to accurately disclose their financial situation to investors. Dispose. When dealing with hazardous chemicals, they must be safely disposed of in accordance with prescribed methods. Doze. Basking in the warm afternoon sunshine, he dozed off on the sofa. Enclose. Along with the letter, I am enclosing a printout of a family photo taken last weekend. Expose. He exposed corporate corruption that had been hidden for many years through thorough investigations. Impose. The government has decided to impose a new luxury tax on the people in order to close the budget deficit. Oppose. Many residents strongly oppose plans to build a huge factory in a quiet residential area. Pose. Global warming poses a very serious threat to the survival of humanity. Propose. As the leader of a new project, he proposed an efficient workflow. Prose. His novels are written in a unique prose style that combines poetic beauty and power. Rose. When she entered the room, the guests all rose from their seats in reverence. Suppose. Seeing that she hasn't arrived yet, we suppose that the train is delayed. Those documents on the desk are scheduled to be distributed at tomorrow's meeting. Exposed. He was exposed to the truth. Imposed. They imposed a new tax. Opposed. He took a strongly opposed stance against the new project from a budgetary standpoint. Proposed. At the meeting, he proposed an innovative solution to improve productivity. iPhone. I bought a new iPhone. Draw. She draws landscapes in her notebook every day for her future dream. Flaw. The diamond is very beautiful, but under a magnifying glass, you can see a slight flaw. Law. To protect the safety of citizens, everyone must equally obey the law. Paw. My pet dog puts its paw on my knee when it wants to go for a walk. Thaw. With the arrival of spring, the river ice began to slowly thaw. Withdraw. He withdrew some cash from the bank ATM because he needed to cover a sudden expense. Withdrawal. He headed to the bank to make a large cash withdrawal. Auditor. An external auditor scrutinized the company's financial statements to check for any irregularities. Audit. The accounting firm audited the company's financial statements for accuracy. Gaudy. The dress she wore to the party was so brightly colored it gave a somewhat gaudy impression. Officer. The police officer gave a stern warning to the driver, who committed a traffic violation. Often. He likes reading and often goes to the library on weekends to look for new books. Offer. He offered to help me. Coffin. During the funeral, the coffin containing the deceased was carried quietly by family and friends. Solemnly. The new president solemnly swore before the people to uphold the Constitution. Wallet. When he tried to pay at the register, he realized he had left his wallet at home. Adorable. The little puppy playing in the park was truly adorable to everyone who saw it. Horrible. He felt horrible after seeing such a tragic sight. Corridor. Numerous meeting rooms line both sides of the long corridor. Glorify. The movie was criticized for excessively glorifying the brave battles of past heroes. Origin. Scientists are developing the latest observation devices to explore the origin of the universe. Foreigner. The number of foreigners visiting Japan is increasing year by year, and tourist spots are bustling. Authority. He is a world authority in that field and has authored many papers. Majority. As a result of the vote, the new bill was passed with the approval of the majority. Minority. In that country, there are laws to protect the rights of the linguistic minority. Priority. He makes spending time with his family his top priority over work. Porridge. In the UK, it is common to eat warm oatmeal porridge for breakfast. Storage. Since my smartphone storage was full, I deleted unnecessary photos. Moral. A leader is required to have high moral standards, not just obey the law. Oral. He passed the written exam and is preparing for the next step, the oral examination. Quarrel. They had a fierce quarrel over a trivial matter and didn't speak for several days. Forum. On the Internet forum, active exchanges of opinions are taking place regarding the usability of the new product. Foreign. He likes to travel alone to foreign lands to experience new cultures. Warranty. The appliance comes with a 3-year warranty that covers repair costs from the date of purchase. Torrent. Due to the sudden heavy rain, the calm stream turned into a fierce torrent. Warrant. The police conducted a house search with the warrant issued by the court. Explorer. The explorers who set sail in search of unknown continents overcame numerous difficulties. Horror. Hearing the terribly tragic news, he was speechless with horror. Explorers. Explorers of the past set out into the raging oceans in search of unknown continents. Forehead. He has a habit of putting his hand on his forehead when he is thinking. Historical. The museum exhibits precious materials that tell the historical transition of this region. Historic. This meeting between the leaders of the two countries is a historic event that marks a major step toward peace. Boring. The movie's content was so boring that he fell asleep halfway through. Glory. He finally won an Olympic gold medal and seized the ultimate glory as an athlete. Inventory. The shop manager performed an inventory after closing to check the stock of products. Editorial. This morning's newspaper editorial severely criticized the government's new economic policy. Auditorium. The auditorium of the new hall is designed to maximize acoustic effects. Historian. The famous historian deciphered ancient manuscripts to solve the mysteries of a lost civilization. Glorious. The climbers were speechless at the glorious view of the sunrise from the mountain peak. Notorious. The area is known as a notorious place for its high crime rate at night. Orient. The new employees were oriented to understand the company's philosophy and business operations. Warrior. The ancient story features a brave warrior who fights with his life to protect the kingdom. Saucer. She carefully placed a saucer with a matching design under the coffee cup. Glossary. I referred to the glossary at the end of the textbook to understand the technical terms. Glossy. The glossy cover of the magazine creates a sense of luxury. Exhausted. He is exhausted from work. Lawsuit. The company filed a lawsuit against a rival firm over unfair patent infringement. Precaution. Sufficient safety precautions should be taken beforehand to prevent accidents. Nauseous. He felt nauseous in his stomach because of severe motion sickness. Autograph. After the match, the star player smiled and gave his autograph to a long line of fans. Automobile. In the late 20th century, the spread of the automobile dramatically changed people's lifestyles. Daughter. His daughter is gifted in piano and won an international competition. Slaughter. Due to the tragedy of war, a massacre occurred where many innocent citizens were slaughtered. Water. He drank down cold water at once to quench his thirst. Naughty. The naughty child drew graffiti on the wall when his parents weren't looking. Author. The author is traveling across the country to promote their new novel. Authorize. The City Hall officially authorized the charity event to be held in the square. Lawyer. He decided to consult an experienced lawyer to resolve the complex legal issues. Nausea. He was struck by severe nausea from seasickness and rested by lying down on the deck. Abroad. He decided to work abroad starting next year to gain experience in international business. Applaud. The audience stood up to applaud his magnificent speech. Broad. From the summit, a broad plain could be seen stretching as far as the eye could see. Fraud. He fell victim to a sophisticated online fraud and lost a large amount of cash. Broadcast. The historic news was broadcast in real time through media around the world. Off. He made sure to turn all the light switches off before going out. Offspring. Living organisms pass on their genes to their next generation of offspring. Log. The captain recorded all the incidents during the voyage in detail in the log. Talk. They spent hours in the cafe talking about their future dreams and recent events. Walk. He walks in a nearby park for 30 minutes every morning before work for his health. All. The meeting started on time once all the participants had gathered. Call. He noticed his friend in the distance and called his name loudly. Crawl. The baby crawled energetically across the tatami mats toward her mother. Fall. The leaves of the trees in the park are changing color, signaling the arrival of fall. Hall. Many spectators flocked to the massive concert hall even before the performance began. Haul. The fishermen joined forces to haul the net full of fish onto the boat. Install. He had a hard time installing the new software on his computer. Shawl. She draped a warm wool shawl over her shoulders to avoid the chilly evening breeze. Sprawl. He sprawled out on the living room sofa after returning home from a long day's work. Tall. He is the tallest in his class and plays as the star of the basketball club. Wall. He carefully pasted a poster of his favorite artist on the wall of his room. Almost. The construction is progressing well, and almost all of the planned schedule has been completed. Falsify. He falsified the qualification information on his resume to make his background look better. Also. He speaks English fluently but is also proficient in French and German. Solstice. On the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, traditional festivals are held in various regions. Altar. At the front of the church stands a magnificent stone altar for performing sacred rituals. Alter. He decided to fundamentally alter his lifestyle to suit his new job. Alternate. He enjoys reading and jogging on alternate weekends. Salty. After sweating, he ate salty snacks to replenish the salt in his body. Always. No matter how busy she is, she always remembers to thank the people around her. Bald. His hair started thinning a few years ago, and now he is completely bald. Called. Since he was a child, he was called a little hero by those around him for his brave behavior. Assault. The police are searching for a suspect in a violent assault that occurred on a night road. Default. The country failed to pay its foreign debt and finally went into default. Exalt. The poet wrote many works to exalt the beauty of nature. Fault. The main cause of the accident lay in a design fault of the machine. Halt. Due to the blizzard, train operations had to be temporarily brought to a halt. Salt. A small amount of salt was added at the end to enhance the flavor of the dish. Vault. In the basement of the bank, there is a sturdy vault for storing cash and precious metals. Dawn. He got up at dawn and enjoyed a walk in the quiet morning air. Lawn. One of his pleasures on the weekend is neatly mowing the lawn in his garden. Yawn. He desperately tried to stifle a yawn while listening to the boring lecture. Laundry. On the weekend, I ran the washing machine from early morning to deal with the piled-up laundry. Onward. They did not give in to difficult situations and continued to push onward. Launch. The spacecraft was launched high into the sky with a roar after a perfect countdown. Haunt. There is a rumor that ghosts haunt that old Western-style house night after night. Along. They walked slowly along the quiet shoreline while listening to the sound of the waves. Belong. He is proud to belong to this team and works hard every day. Long. Years have passed since he left his hometown, and he longs to be reunited with his family. Prolong. By taking this medicine, it is possible to slow the progression of the disease and prolong life. Strong. He achieved a strong physique that surpassed anyone's through daily rigorous training. Thong. He wore rubber thongs that were light and easy to wear for walking on the beach. Throng. When the famous star arrived at the airport, a throng of fans rushed to get a glimpse. Wrong. He admitted that his judgment was wrong and apologized. Longer. He tries to sleep longer than before to lead a healthier life. Strongly. The committee strongly opposes the construction plan, which would lead to environmental destruction. Incongruous. The sight of an old temple inside a modern building was somewhat incongruous. Alongside. The small boat was anchored alongside a massive cargo ship. Adore. She absolutely adores her young niece and always gives her presents. Before. He looked through all the materials before the meeting started. Bore. The lecture was such a bore that the students lost their concentration. Chore. He finishes all his household chores like cleaning and laundry every weekend. Core. That is the core of the problem. Drawer. He found an old photo he thought he had lost in his desk drawer. Explore. Young scientists started a project to explore the unknown regions of the deep sea. 4. He is working hard for the future of his family. 4. When the ball flew toward people on the golf course, he shouted 4 to warn them. Ignore. As a result of ignoring the warning, he got involved in big trouble. Implore. He implored her with a desperate look to forgive his mistake. More. He is not satisfied with the current situation and is striving to absorb more knowledge. Nor. He doesn't drink alcohol, nor does he smoke, leading a very healthy life. Or. For lunch you can choose either pasta or a sandwich. Or. Precious or containing metals like iron is being mined deep in the mountains. Pore. After exercising, the pores of the skin open and a lot of sweat comes out. Pour. She poured the carefully brewed tea into the cups for the guests. Restore. Experts worked hard to restore the historical building to its original beautiful state. Roar. The lion's terrifying roar echoed through the quiet night jungle. Score. He achieved the highest score on the exam and won a scholarship. Shore. The waves are hitting the shore. Snore. His snore was so loud that his roommate couldn't sleep. Soar. The demand for the new product increased, and the company's stock price soared. Sore. The day after walking a long distance, he found that his leg muscles were sore. Store. He stores food and water in his garage in case of an emergency. War. The history textbook records the horrific war that once took place in this region. Your. Is this your umbrella? Or does it belong to someone else? Orbit. The satellite continues to circle in a stable orbit around the Earth. Fortunate. He feels fortunate to have friends around him who help even in difficult situations. Fortunately. The car was badly wrecked, but fortunately, the driver escaped uninjured. Unfortunately. He did his best, but unfortunately, he was unable to achieve his goal. Fortune. He built a huge fortune in business. Misfortune. He was struck by a series of ill luck, but he never despaired and overcame his misfortune. Torture. In that dictatorial state, inhumane torture was inflicted on opponents. Torture. In that dictatorial state, inhumane torture was inflicted on opponents. Orchard. In autumn, the ripe red apples in that orchard reach harvest time. Ordinary. He is not particularly gifted. He is just an ordinary young man found anywhere. Subordinate. He subordinated his personal feelings to the goals of the organization. Boredom. He felt intense boredom with his repetitive daily routine. Coordinate. Multiple departments work together to coordinate tasks to make the large-scale event a success. Extraordinary. She displayed an extraordinary talent, entering university at the age of only 10. Border. Near the border between the two countries, guards are patrolling 24 hours a day. Disorder. The garden after the storm was in a state of complete disorder, with broken branches and scattered leaves. Order. The library staff returned the returned books to the shelves in the correct order. According. The plan is moving according to schedule, and there are no delays so far. Accordingly. As the situation is changing constantly, we need to revise our plans accordingly. Forefather. We must not forget the hardships of our forefathers, who cleared the wilderness and built today's prosperity. Orphan. He lost both parents in the war, and was raised as an orphan in a relative's house. Forefinger. He pointed to the destination on the map with his forefinger, and explained the route in detail. Organize. She organized the cluttered documents clearly by date. Organism. Scientists are investigating the ecology of unknown organisms living in the deep sea. Mortgage. He took out a 30-year mortgage at the bank to purchase his own home. Organ. Advancements in transplant surgery have paved the way to save failing organs. Cordial. The meeting was conducted throughout in a very cordial atmosphere. Forgery. The famous painting turned out to be a cleverly made forgery, according to the latest appraisal techniques. Forecast. According to the weather forecast from the Meteorological Agency, it will rain heavily tomorrow afternoon. Format. Please change the format of the document. Formidable. He is a world authority in the field and is a formidable opponent for his rivals. Normally. He normally wakes up at 7 a.m., but today he woke up exceptionally early. Dormitory. He lives with friends in a dormitory located on the university campus. Formal. Attendance at the banquet required formal attire, such as tuxedos and dresses. Informal. The weekend party is an informal gathering, so a relaxed outfit is fine. Enormous. Completing that project requires an enormous amount of energy and time. Former. As a former president, he still gives lectures all over the world. Formerly. The building is now a museum, but it was formerly used as a royal palace. Formula. In the math exam, he remembered the formula for calculating the area of a complex shape. Formulate. The team formulated a specific strategy to enter the new market. Ornament. During the Christmas season, colorful ornaments are hung on trees throughout the town. Corner. He sat in an old chair placed in the corner of the room and began to read. Incorporate. The new design incorporates a wealth of the latest technology. Forcible. The police made a forcible entry into the room where the suspect was barricaded by breaking down the door. Proportional. The rewards will be paid proportional to the time each member contributed to the project. Abortion. Intense debate continues in that country over the legalization of abortion. Distortion. The lens has a flaw that causes slight distortion at the edges of the image. Portion. She keeps her meal portions small for the sake of her health. Proportion. Whether you succeed or not is in direct proportion to the amount of effort you put in. Portable. This latest computer is very lightweight and portable, making it ideal for travel. Shortage. Due to the record-breaking heat wave this summer, a serious water shortage occurred in various regions. Immortal. The poems he wrote are deeply etched in people's hearts and continue to shine with immortal brilliance across time. Mortal. Every human being is mortal, and we should value our limited time. Important. He considers spending time with his family the most important thing in his life. Porter. Upon arriving at the station, a porter approached to help carry the heavy luggage. Quarter. He quartered the apple and shared it with the children. Supporter. That politician has many supporters who enthusiastically back his policies. Quarters. The officers lived together in dedicated quarters within the base. Assorted. In the box were assorted chocolates of various colors and shapes. Portrait. The museum displays portraits of great people who left their names in the country's history. Orthodox. He prefers traditional and orthodox methods rather than trying new techniques. Forward. He courageously stepped forward and voiced his opinion. Absorb. This special sponge can absorb spilled liquids incredibly quickly. Torch. When the power went out, he found an old torch to light up the darkness. Cord. After months of negotiation, the two countries finally signed a peace accord. Afford. After saving up, he was finally able to afford the new car he had long desired. Award. In recognition of her years of contribution to science, she was presented with a prestigious international award. Bored. He was bored because the lesson was too easy, and he spent all his time looking out the window. Lord. The medieval story features a wealthy lord who rules over vast lands. Record. He set a new record in track and field. Reward. After overcoming rigorous training, he gained the ultimate reward of winning the championship. Sword. The knight took his sword for the battle. Toward. He continues to move steadily toward his goal, step by step, to realize his dream. Ward. Nurses are dedicated to caring for children in the hospital's pediatric ward. Towards. At sunset, a flock of migratory birds flew towards the southern sky. Gorge. They carefully moved along the river flowing at the bottom of the deep gorge. Conform. To work smoothly within an organization, one is expected to conform to the local rules to some extent. Form. When applying, please fill in the necessary information on the prescribed form. Inform. If you are going to be absent, please inform the person in charge in advance by email or phone. Norm. In this region, sharing housework as a dual-income couple has become a general social norm. Perform. As a world-renowned pianist, she has performed brilliantly on many stages. Reform. The government carried out a fundamental reform of the tax system to revitalize the economy. Storm. A storm is approaching. Swarm. At summer dusk, a swarm of insects gathered around the park's streetlights. Transform. The spread of digital technology has dramatically transformed the way we communicate. Warm. Drinking warm soup in front of a fireplace on a cold winter day is a blissful moment. Warmth. The fire in the fireplace spread a pleasant warmth throughout the room, warming his frozen body. Adorn. She adorned the walls with colorful paintings to make the room more festive. Born. She was born into a musical family and showed her talent from a young age. Mourn. Many people gathered to mourn the death of the great leader, who died in a sudden accident. Scorn. He fiercely scorned his rivals' underhanded methods and vowed to fight fair and square. Thorn. The beautiful rose has sharp thorns, and you will get hurt if you accidentally touch them. Warn. The teacher repeatedly warned the students that the rising river was dangerous. Scornful. He wore a scornful expression, scoffing at his rival's failure. Adornment. She added jewelry as an adornment to her simple dress to make it look glamorous. Coarse. The towel has a coarse texture, but its water absorbency is excellent. Divorce. His parents' divorce had a significant impact on him when he was still a child. Endorse. Sales surged after a famous athlete endorsed the new product. Enforce. The police are trying to reduce accidents by strictly enforcing traffic rules. Force. He never tried to force his ideas onto others. Horse. His hobby is going to a ranch on holidays and riding a horse across the grasslands. Reinforce. The old pillars were reinforced with steel frames to increase the earthquake resistance of the entire building. Remorse. He deeply regrets his mistake and is plagued by constant remorse. Source. The reporter refused to reveal the source of the information, protecting the subject. Forceful. A leader is required to have a forceful personality to make decisions under difficult circumstances. Enforcement. Strict enforcement of the law plays a major role in lowering the crime rate. Reinforcement. Urgent reinforcement was carried out using sandbags to prevent the levee from breaking. Abort. Because a serious error occurred in the system, the mission was aborted halfway through. Court. He testified boldly in court to prove his innocence. Distort. Bias reporting risks distorting the facts and misleading the public. Import. This country relies heavily on imports from overseas for much of its food. Port. Huge cargo ships from all over the world gather at that natural port. Resort. He firmly refused to resort to violence as a last measure. Short. The meeting time was so short that we couldn't have a sufficient discussion. Snort. He couldn't help but snort at the joke because it was so ridiculous. Sort. He sorted the pile of documents by type, picking out only the important ones. Support. Thanks to the support of many volunteers, the event was a success. Transport. With the development of logistics networks, fresh vegetables can now be transported to the market quickly. Shortly. The meeting will begin shortly, so please return to your seats. Fortnight. They spent a fortnight on vacation in the UK, visiting many historical sites. Courtroom. When the trial began, the courtroom fell silent, and a tense atmosphere prevailed. Fourth. With determination in her heart, she stepped forth boldly into a new world. North. They took advantage of the long holiday to travel to the North region, where abundant nature remains. Forthcoming. He gave us a few hints about the forthcoming product announcement. Across. She noticed her friend on the opposite side and called out loudly across the river. Cross. He crosses the street using the pedestrian crossing every day for safety. Loss. The company suffered a huge financial loss due to the failure of the new product. Exhaustion. He worked all through the night and fell asleep in his chair due to extreme exhaustion. Exhaust. Black exhaust is billowing out from the tailpipe of the old truck. Lost. He got lost while traveling and became completely disoriented about where he was. Ought. We ought to respect each other to create a better society. Thought. He remained silent for a while, lost in deep thought about his future. Cloth. She spread out a beautifully embroidered cloth to decorate the dining table. Applause. When the wonderful performance ended, the entire venue was filled with thunderous applause. Because he went out with an umbrella because it was raining. Clause. After reviewing the contract in detail, he found a clause that was disadvantageous to him. Pause. He paused for a moment before speaking. Double. It is double the price. Trouble. He was having trouble understanding how to operate the computer, so I helped him. Rubber. Rubber is used on the soles of these shoes for grip, making them safe even on rainy days. Suburb. To leave the bustle of the city, he decided to build a house in a quiet suburb. Suburbs. Away from the city bustle, he moved to a house in the suburbs in search of a quiet environment. Stubborn. He is very stubborn and won't listen to others' opinions once he has made up his mind. Rubbish. He disposed of his old, useless trinkets as rubbish. Republic. The country abolished the monarchy and transitioned to a republic governed by representatives elected by the people. Publisher. She revised her manuscript many times to find a publisher who would release her novel to the world. Public. The government decided to seek the public's opinion on the introduction of the new tax system. Publish. She decided to publish the novel she had been writing for years through a reliable publisher. Duchess. As a duchess of a historic lineage, she always strives to behave with nobility and grace. Nutshell. In a nutshell, his long story meant that the project was cancelled. Cuddle. The mother gently cuddled the crying baby to calm him down. Sudden. He was puzzled by the sudden change in plans but quickly regained his composure and responded. Suddenly. The clear sky suddenly turned dark, and a heavy thunderstorm began. Shudder. He couldn't help but shudder as a chill ran down his spine from sheer terror. Bloody. History textbooks record bloody conflicts over the throne. Buddy. He went on a trip around the world with his childhood buddy. Muddy. The soccer field ground was completely muddy due to the heavy rain last night. Studied. His manner was very polite, but it gave off a somewhat studied impression. Another. These shoes didn't fit, so I asked the clerk if they had another size. Other. He decided to carefully consider other options, not just one method. Otherwise. He said he would come on time, but if otherwise, we intend to leave without him. Buffer. This cushioning material acts as a buffer to soften impacts during transport. Suffer. He has been suffering from severe unexplained headaches for many years. Suffering. He had been sick for years, but thanks to a new treatment, he was finally freed from his suffering. Luggage. He packed everything he needed into a large piece of luggage for his trip abroad. Smuggle. He was arrested for attempting to smuggle prohibited goods across the border. Struggle. He struggled to adapt to the new environment, but eventually made friends and succeeded. Sluggish. Perhaps due to lack of sleep, his movements today were more sluggish than usual and lacked energy. Budget. He is setting a strict budget by cutting down on food expenses for next month's trip. Luckily. He forgot important documents on the train, but luckily they had been turned in to the station's lost and found. Buckle. He inserted the seatbelt buckle until he heard it click. Chuckle. Remembering the funny incident from last night, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Lullaby. The baby fell into a peaceful sleep while listening to the lullaby sung quietly by the mother. Sullen. He was angry that his request wasn't granted and fell silent with a sullen expression. Color. In autumn, the mountain trees beautifully change color to red and yellow. Stomach. He felt an uncomfortable pain in his stomach because of extreme nervousness. Summon. The court decided to summon the person who holds key evidence of the case as a witness. Plummet. Due to sudden negative news, the company's stock price plummeted unexpectedly. Summit. After days of struggling, the climbers finally reached the summit of the mountain, exceeding 8,000 meters. Plumber. Since the faucet was leaking, I called a local plumber to request a repair. Summer. The long-awaited summer vacation has begun, and the children are excited to plan a trip to the sea. Mummy. The museum exhibits the mummy of a king who was carefully preserved in ancient Egypt. Cunning. That merchant was a cunning man who skillfully talked customers into buying expensive products. Punish. In that country, there are laws that punish nuisance behavior in public places with strict penalties. Punishment. Those who break the law should receive appropriate punishment corresponding to the severity of their crime. Honey. He drank warm tea with plenty of honey to soothe his sore throat. Couple. The young couple was talking harmoniously on a park bench. Puppet. The child was playing happily with a small puppet on his fingertip. Puppy. He was overjoyed to be given a lively puppy with fluffy fur for his birthday. Supplement. He takes a vitamin supplement every morning to compensate for nutritional deficiencies. Muscle. He has gained strong muscles through his daily training at the gym. Rustle. The autumn wind blew through, and the dry leaves made a pleasant rustle. Fussy. She is known for being very fussy about food and having many dislikes. Mustache. He started growing a magnificent mustache under his nose to look more mature. Adjustable. This work chair is highly adjustable in height and backrest angle, so you don't get tired even after sitting for long hours. Custody. After the divorce, legal discussions were held over who would have custody of the children. Justify. To justify his lateness, he cited train delays as the reason. Customer. The clerk greeted the customer with a smile and carefully explained the features of the new product. Adjusted. Thanks to the chair, which had its height adjusted to fit me, I was able to work more efficiently. Disgusted. He was utterly disgusted by the irresponsible remarks of the politician he saw on TV. Accustom. He made an effort to accustom himself quickly to the rules of his new workplace. Custom. An old custom of offering a dance of gratitude during the harvest season remains in that land. Accustomed. He has lived in the UK for many years, so he is quite accustomed to driving on the left side. Justice. We seek justice. Cluster. In one corner of the night sky, a beautiful cluster of stars looking like scattered jewels was visible. Rustic. Away from the city bustle, he spent the weekend in a rustic lodge by the lake. Disgusting. Garbage was left abandoned in the alleyway, and a disgusting smell drifted through the air. Dusty. In the attic that hadn't been used for a long time, there were dusty old pieces of furniture. Rusty. He hadn't played the piano for years, so his finger movements had become quite rusty. Frustrate. The repeated delays of the plan frustrated all the project members. Concussion. He struck his head hard during a rugby match, was diagnosed with a concussion, and was ordered to rest for several days. Discussion. A lively discussion was held among all members to decide the direction of the new project. Subtle. His acting contained subtle nuances of emotion that were beyond words. Gutter. Leaves got stuck in the roof gutter, and rainwater was overflowing. Mutter. He seemed dissatisfied but didn't say it directly, instead muttering something in a low voice. Utter. He was so shocked that he lost his words and was unable to utter a single syllable. Utterance. His careless utterance developed into a major diplomatic issue. Cover. He sought cover under the eaves of a nearby building to protect himself from the sudden rain. Discover. He discovered a highly valuable historical first edition at a second-hand bookstore he happened to stop by. Hover. The rescue helicopter continued to hover directly above the site to lift the injured person. Recover. After undergoing major surgery and several months of recuperation, he finally recovered his strength. Uncover. The archaeological team succeeded in uncovering the ruins of an ancient city from beneath the desert. Coverage. The news program provided in-depth coverage of the election results. Discovery. Scientists succeeded in the discovery of a new species of creature, never seen before in the deep sea. Government. The national government decided to introduce new economic measures to curb inflation. Governor. The governor of the state announced a new education support budget proposal at a press conference. Govern. The newly elected president vowed to govern the country with highly transparent politics. Recovery. He underwent major surgery but showed a remarkable recovery at a speed that surprised even the doctors. Puzzle. He sat at his desk all night to solve the puzzle of that complex mathematical formula. Cousin. At the new year, relatives gathered and he met his cousins for the first time in a long while. Dozen. He bought a dozen eggs at a nearby store for breakfast. Fuzzy. Because I drank too much last night, my memory is fuzzy this morning and I can't remember well. Muslim. There is an old mosque in the city, and many Muslims come there to pray. Rub. He slowly rubbed the aching part of his shoulder to ease the stiffness. Scrub. She scrubbed the floor with detergent to make the kitchen sparkling clean. Shrub. Low shrubs are planted along the garden fence to protect privacy. Submarine. The Navy's submarine can carry out its mission covertly, while staying submerged in the deep sea for months. Subsequent. After the initial earthquake, numerous subsequent aftershocks occurred over several hours. Subsidy. The government provided a subsidy to households installing solar panels to promote renewable energy. Substitute. A young player participated as a substitute for the star player who was out due to injury. Substance. His speech was eloquent, but it lacked any real substance. Clutch. She clutched her mother's hand tightly so as not to get lost in the crowd. Much. He is too busy with work to take much time to spend with his family. Such. I had never seen such a beautiful sunset in my life. Touch. The sculpture is very delicate, so you must never touch it with your bare hands. Blood. At the scene of the accident, there were traces of blood on the road surface, telling of the violent collision. Bud. Bathed in the warm spring sunlight, small buds began to swell on the cherry tree in the garden. Flood. Record-breaking heavy rain caused the river to overflow, bringing a severe flood to the nearby residential area. Enough. He was able to save enough money to travel around the world. Puff. He rushed up the stairs and came into the room puffing. Rough. The ship rocked violently because the sea was rough. Stuff. There is stuff on the table. Tough. By enduring rigorous training, he became tough both mentally and physically. Bug. He found a serious bug in the software and created a patch for it. Drug. The research team succeeded in developing a groundbreaking new drug to treat the incurable disease. Hug. I exchanged a strong hug with a friend I hadn't seen in a long time to celebrate our safety. Rug. He laid a thick wool rug on the floor to keep his feet warm. Shrug. He didn't know the answer to the question, so he just shrugged his shoulders. Tug. The child tugged on his mother's sleeve several times to get her attention. Ugly. Due to urban development, beautiful historical streets were replaced by ugly buildings. Luxury. As a reward for his hard work, he stayed at a luxury hotel over the weekend. Judge. The judge carefully reviewed the evidence presented and delivered the final verdict. Smudge. He touched the document before the ink was dry, turning the letters into a messy smudge. Judgment. Based on his past experience, he made a calm judgment that the investment was very risky. Buck. He obsessed over every single buck to save as much money as possible. Luck. He was in a tough situation, but in the end he had the luck to escape the crisis. Pluck. She plucked a few colorful flowers blooming in the garden and put them in a vase. Suck. The powerful vacuum cleaner sucked up even the fine dust deep in the carpet. Tuck. She tucked the hem of her shirt neatly into her pants to tidy her appearance. Fluctuate. Crude oil prices fluctuate wildly every day in response to changes in the international situation. Infrastructure. To support economic growth, developing social infrastructure such as roads and communication networks is essential. Structure. The architect designed a building with a solid structure that is resistant to earthquakes. Structure. The architect designed a building with a solid structure that is resistant to earthquakes. Structural. Although the building is old, no structural defects were found, and it can still be used. Instructional. The video was instructional, explaining clearly how to use the new software. Construction. Construction of the new shopping center, scheduled for completion next year, is underway in front of the station. Destruction. The massive typhoon brought catastrophic destruction to the coastal villages. Instruction. He followed the clear instructions from his boss and completed the project without delay. Production. The car factory significantly improved production efficiency by introducing the latest robots. Reduction. The company is strongly promoting paperless operations to achieve cost reduction. Suction. Using the suction from a powerful pump, they removed the mud that had accumulated at the bottom of the pool. Reluctant. Because he knew the dangers of the plan, he was very reluctant to participate. Conductor. As the conductor of the orchestra, he brilliantly brought together hundreds of performers. Productive. He organizes his daily tasks every morning to have a productive day. Conduct. As the orchestra conductor, he conducted the performance with brilliant baton technique. Construct. They joined forces to construct a sturdy bridge to cross to the opposite bank of the river. Deduct. The amount after deducting income tax and social insurance premiums from your salary is your take-home pay. Instruct. He instructed the new staff in detail on how to operate the latest software. Obstruct. Items left abandoned on the street are obstructing passage, forcing pedestrians to be inconvenienced. Dull. The knife I forgot to sharpen had become quite dull, and I couldn't cut the tomato well. Skull. The archaeologist discovered an ancient human skull in very good condition inside the cave. Culture. One of the joys of visiting a foreign land is experiencing its unique and rich culture. Agricultural. In this region, latest technology is introduced to carry out efficient agricultural production. Intercultural. It is an intercultural dialogue. Sulfur. When I visited the hot spring resort, a distinct smell of sulfur, like rotten eggs, drifted through the air. Vulgar. He made people around him uncomfortable by using vulgar language in public. Bulky. That winter coat is very warm, but it's bulky to pack and difficult to carry. Dullness. Tired of the dullness of the persistent cloudy days, he planned a trip to a southern island. Vulnerable. The old building has low earthquake resistance and is very vulnerable in the event of a major earthquake. Compulsory. In this country, education is compulsory for all children from age 6 until they graduate from junior high school. Compulsion. He was driven by a strong compulsion to wash his hands repeatedly. Ultimate. After years of training, he realized the ultimate secret of martial arts. Ultimately. Despite facing various difficulties, he ultimately succeeded in achieving his goal. Multiple. He is a versatile person, managing multiple projects simultaneously. Multiply. During the math exam, I carefully solved a calculation problem to multiply two-digit numbers. Multitude. A multitude of products, such as colorful fruits and vegetables, were lined up in the market. Cultivate. He carefully cultivates top-quality grapes to produce fine wine. Bulb. The light bulb in the living room burned out, so I need to replace it with a new one. Gulf. Many beautiful fish live in the calm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Indulge. He decided to indulge in expensive sweets to his heart's content as a reward to himself over the weekend. Bulk. He packed the bulk of his belongings into cardboard boxes in preparation for the move. Gulp. He was thirsty, so he drank a glass of water in one gulp. Sculpture. A magnificent sculpture of modern art carved from marble is on display in the center of the museum. Sculptor. A bronze statue created by a prominent sculptor was installed at the entrance of the new museum. Pulse. The doctor lightly pressed the patient's wrist and confirmed that the pulse was normal. Consult. He consulted a specialized lawyer to resolve legal issues before starting his new business. Cult. That fanatical cult followed the words of their charismatic leader blindly. Insult. His unfair criticism was a clear insult to my expertise and is unforgivable. Result. As a result of rigorous training, he succeeded in breaking his personal best record. Become. After rigorous training, he finally became the professional chef he had admired. Come. Great news came to him, and the whole family shared in the joy. Crumb. After eating his toast, he carefully wiped away the crumbs that had fallen on the table. Drum. On the night of the festival, the sound of a powerful drum echoed from the distance. Dumb. He just stayed silent and dumb. From. He received a letter from a distant foreign country, and fondly remembered his old friend. Numb. His fingertips had become numb from being exposed to the cold winter wind. Some. Since there are still some vegetables left in the refrigerator, let's make soup tonight. Some. As a result of his savings so far, he has accumulated a considerable sum of money in his bank account. Thumb. While reading the new book, he marked an important page by placing his thumb in it. Crumble. That old wall, which had been neglected for years, began to crumble at the slightest touch. Grumble. He is never satisfied with the current situation and is always grumbling about things to those around him. Humble. He is a world-famous scientist, but he always maintains a humble attitude without boasting about his achievements. Jumble. The closet was filled with out-of-season clothes and accessories in a jumble. Mumble. He has a habit of mumbling something in a low voice while looking down when he lacks confidence. Rumble. I heard the low rumble of thunder in the distance, and it looked like it was going to rain. Stumble. He stumbled over a stone while walking on a dark road at night. Tumble. He lost his footing on the stairs and took a nasty tumble all the way to the bottom. Lumber. A large amount of lumber cut from the mountains was brought to the site to build the framework of the building. Number. Since the number of participants far exceeded expectations, we changed the venue at the last minute. Outnumber. At the demonstration, the opponents significantly outnumbered the supporters. Slumber. He had fallen into a deep slumber while sitting on the sofa during the quiet afternoon. Triumphant. He overcame difficulties to win the gold medal and returned home with a triumphant expression. Comfortable. The sofa in the hotel lobby was very comfortable, making the wait time no trouble at all. Uncomfortable. Since he didn't know anyone at the party, he felt uncomfortable the entire time. Comfort. Her warm words of encouragement provided great comfort to him in his despair. Discomfort. He felt strong physical and mental discomfort, living in an unfamiliar environment. Somehow. With very little time left until the deadline, he somehow managed to finish all the work. Accompany. He was anxious about his first trip abroad, so he decided to have a friend accompany him. Company. He works desperately every day to fulfill his big dream of starting his own company. Umpire. The players protested the ruling, but the umpire's decision was not overturned. Grumpy. Perhaps due to a lack of sleep, he has been grumpy all morning and won't talk to anyone. Somewhat. Since I slept well last night, I feel somewhat better this morning than I did yesterday. Someone. He heard the footsteps of someone approaching from across the room and tensed up. Somewhere. He misplaced his keys somewhere and has been searching the whole house frantically since morning. Clumsy. He is a bit clumsy with his hands and often knocks over glasses or drops things. Bump. He couldn't see his feet in the dark and strongly bumped his knee against the corner of the desk. Dump. He took the old furniture he no longer used to the city's designated dump. Jump. Hearing the surprising news, he instinctively jumped up on the spot. Stump. After cutting down the old tree in the garden, he struggled to pull out the remaining stump. Thump. When he placed the large box on the floor, a dull thump echoed. Assumption. He made the assumption that it must be him without sufficient evidence. Consumption. Due to the recent rise in health consciousness, more people are cutting down on their sugar consumption. Fun. Going to the amusement park with friends on the weekend is the most fun time for him. Gun. The police officer held his gun ready just in case, while cornering the suspect. Nun. She decided to enter a convent and live a quiet life of prayer as a nun. 1. There were many apples in the box, but he chose the biggest one. Run. He runs in a nearby park for 30 minutes every morning before work for his health. Shun. After the scandal, he came to be shunned by his former friends. Son. His son started following in his father's footsteps as an engineer after graduating from university. Stun. The singer's overwhelming performance stunned the entire audience in the venue. Sun. The sun peeked through the clouds, easing the freezing cold. 1. His daily efforts paid off, and he finally won the long-awaited national championship. Crunchy. The freshly baked cookies were delicious with a crunchy texture. Bundle. She tied up the old magazines she had finished reading and put them out for recycling in a large bundle. Abundance. Every year, an abundance of crops is harvested from this rich land, supporting the people's lives. Abundant. This rainforest receives abundant rain and is home to a wide variety of living organisms. Redundant. As a result of the company merger, several redundant positions in the administrative department were cut. Under. He took a break under the shade of a large tree in the park to avoid the strong sunlight. Wonder. Looking up at the countless stars shining in the night sky, I feel a sense of wonder at the vastness of the universe. Undermine. Constant criticism risks undermining the team's morale. Undertake. To save the company, he undertook an extremely difficult project that everyone thought was impossible. Funding. The city will receive significant funding from the government to build a new library. 100. Several hundred years have already passed since that historical building was completed. Hundreds. Hundreds of fans flocked to the concert venue to get a glimpse of their favorite band. Country. He decided to leave the bustle of the city and live quietly in the nature-rich countryside. Countryside. Tired of the hustle and bustle of the city, he refreshed himself by spending the weekend in the quiet countryside. Bunch. He gave her a large bunch of flowers to express his gratitude. Crunch. The crunch of dry leaves being stepped on echoed through the quiet forest. Fund. He struggled to raise the fund to establish a new charity. Refund. Since the purchase product was defective, I contacted the store to request a full refund. Plunge. Stock prices suddenly crashed, and investors feared the market would continue its plunge. Once. He did his best not to miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once. He did his best not to miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Blunt. Although he worried about hurting their feelings, he told the truth in a blunt manner. Brunt. The coastal town bore the brunt of the massive typhoon's fierce winds and rain. Confront. We must confront reality now to solve this serious environmental problem. Front. He put on a brave front in public to hide his fear. Bimonthly. She looks after the bimonthly book club meetings and enjoys attending them. Monthly. The magazine is published monthly and provides the latest fashion information. Lung. He quit smoking for his health and started jogging every day to recover his lung function. Tongue. He tried to speak an unfamiliar foreign language, but his tongue got tied and he couldn't pronounce it well. Fungus. Various types of fungus grow wild on the damp forest floor. Hunger. After a long journey, he was overcome with intense hunger and sought food in a nearby village. Hungry. He hadn't eaten anything since morning, so he was very hungry by dinner time. Sunken. Due to a long illness, his cheeks had become completely sunken, and his complexion was poor. Youngster. The youngster has a dream. Chunk. She carefully cut a large chunk of beef with a knife to make steak. Junk. He decided to get rid of the junk, such as old appliances, that had accumulated in his garage. Functional. The design is not only beautiful to look at but also very functional, with usability in mind. Function. Let's try the new function of this machine. He plucked up the courage to step up and take action himself to seize a new opportunity. Uplift. The moving movie had a wonderful power to uplift the spirits of the audience. Uproar. The referee's mysterious decision sent the entire stadium into an uproar of fierce protest. Upscale. The redeveloped area has an upscale atmosphere with high-end boutiques and restaurants. Corruption. The politician was accused of corruption for allegedly accepting bribes from corporations. Eruption. The sudden eruption of the volcano sent a vast amount of ash high into the sky. Interruption. There was an interruption from a phone call during the meeting, and the discussion was temporarily halted. Disruptive. The student shouting in class was warned for being disruptive to the lesson. Upward. The market is trending upward. Abrupt. He left the room with an abrupt manner without giving a reason. Corrupt. As soon as he gained power, he became corrupt and pursued his own selfish desires. Disrupt. Technological innovation significantly disrupts existing business models and creates new value. Erupt. The volcano erupted for the first time in decades, and an evacuation advisory was issued for nearby residents. Interrupt. An urgent phone call came in during the meeting, temporarily interrupting his explanation. Bus. He commutes to work by bus every day and spends the time inside reading. Discuss. The entire team gathered to discuss the budget for the next project in detail. Fuss. He bothers those around him because he always makes a fuss over trivial matters. Thus. He studied hard, thus he passed. Muscular. Through rigorous daily training, he has developed an incredibly muscular physique. Industrialize. In the late 18th century, Britain succeeded in industrializing its country ahead of the rest of the world. Industrial. This coastal area has become a massive industrial zone with numerous factories. Dusk. When the sun sank below the horizon and the area was enveloped in dusk, the streetlights began to turn on. Adjust. He decided to adjust his daily rhythm to get used to the new environment quickly. Crust. The freshly baked bread was delicious, with a crispy outer crust. Disgust. He felt strong disgust at the politician's despicable actions and turned off the TV. Dust. She wiped the dust off the long unused shelf and cleaned it thoroughly. Entrust. He decided to entrust his precious collection, gathered over many years, to his most trusted friend. Gust. A sudden strong gust of wind blew and flipped his umbrella inside out. Just. He arrived at the station at just 12 o'clock and was able to catch the train as scheduled. Lust. The protagonist of the story was driven to ruin by a strong lust for power. Must. You must finish your homework. Robust. The new security system is designed to be very robust against external hacking. Rust. The bicycle, left abandoned for years, was covered in reddish-brown rust from exposure to the elements. Thrust. He gave the heavy door a powerful thrust and was finally able to get inside. Trust. In order to build good human relationships, it is essential to have deep trust between each other. Unjust. Treating him like a criminal without any evidence is a truly unjust act. Adjustment. He made several adjustments to his lifestyle to adapt quickly to the new environment. Brush. Before going out, he carefully brushed the dust off his suit. Crush. He put a large amount of ice into the machine to crush it and make a cold drink. Flush. His face was flushed bright red after the intense exercise. Gush. A water pipe burst, and a large volume of water began to gush out. Rush. He rushed along the station platform so as not to miss the last train. But he did his best, but unfortunately, he was unable to achieve his goal. Cut. He proposed to cut the budget by 20% for the new project. Shut. She firmly shut the heavy window to keep the cold wind out. What? He was so surprised that he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Butler. The efficient butler of the mansion handles all his master's requests perfectly and manages the household. Utmost. He exerted his utmost effort to make this important project a success. Nuts. Are you nuts to make such a dangerous plan? Above. The view from the summit spread out above the clouds and was breathtakingly beautiful. Love. He shows his deep love for his family through his daily actions. Of. The desk is made of high-grade oak and is very sturdy. Shove. He shoved the people around him to try and force his way into the crowded train. Buzz. The whole city is buzzing with rumors about the new movie, and expectations are rising. Husband. Her husband works as an engineer, and they enjoy gardening together on weekends. Agree. They had many discussions and finally agreed on a budget for the new project. B. Being honest and being authentic is the first step to building trust. Debris. After the storm, a lot of debris, including driftwood and plastic, washed up on the shore. Decree. The king issued an official decree establishing a new national holiday. Degree. He studied hard for 4 years at university and finally earned a degree in economics. Devotee. He is an avid classical music devotee and attends concerts every weekend. Disagree. I disagree with his opinion, but I appreciate his enthusiasm. Fee. The lawyer charges a fixed fee per hour for the consultation. Flee. Residents fled to higher ground with only the clothes on their backs to escape the oncoming floodwaters. Foresee. With his keen insight, he was able to accurately foresee the market changes that would occur in the next few years. Free. At the event, the first 100 people were given free original stickers. Guarantee. This product comes with a 1-year manufacturer's guarantee, and if it breaks down, it will be repaired free of charge. Knee. He twisted his knee during a soccer game and was unable to walk for a while. Me. He strongly warned me not to tell anyone about the secret. Nominee. She was selected as a nominee for the prestigious award and attended the award ceremony. Plea. The defendant made a heartfelt plea to the judge for a mitigated sentence. See. When I looked out the window, the mountains in the distance were shining red in the light of the setting sun. Trustee. He was appointed trustee to manage the estate of a deceased friend. Diarrhea. During the trip, I drank unsanitary water and suffered from severe diarrhea. Theater. Over the weekend, we went to a large theater in town to see a hot new movie. Museum. Over the weekend, we visited the National Museum, which displays ancient Egyptian artifacts. Feeble. His body was weak from long periods of fasting, and his voice was feeble and difficult to hear. Creature. The deep sea is home to some of the strangest creatures we have ever seen. Creature. The deep sea is home to some of the strangest creatures we have ever seen. Feature. The smartphone's biggest feature is its incredible camera performance. Feature. The smartphone's biggest feature is its incredible camera performance. Greedy. His greedy attachment to wealth has cost him the trust of those around him. Encyclopedia. From an early age, he loved to read the large encyclopedia in his home from cover to cover. Medium. He chose oil painting as the medium to express his ideas. Median. The median household income in the area has remained largely unchanged for several years. Obedience. The rigorous nature of military life requires absolute obedience to the orders of superiors. Ingredient. The most important ingredient in this traditional soup is fresh local herbs. Obedient. The assistant's dog is very obedient and follows its owner's instructions exactly. Tedious. He found simple data entry work to be very tedious. Immediate. Upon receiving news of the accident, he took immediate action. Immediately. Immediately after the accident, an ambulance rushed to the scene. Mediator. A neutral mediator was called in to resolve the conflict between the two countries. Intermediate. The language course is aimed at intermediate-level learners who have completed the basics. Cathedral. The magnificent cathedral in the center of the city attracts many tourists to admire its beautiful architecture. Neither. Neither of the two proposals presented met my expectations. Defect. A serious defect was found in the product during pre-shipment inspection, and a decision was made to recall all products. Prefecture. He lives in Aichi Prefecture. Legally. In order to own the land, legal procedures must be followed. Illegal. Capturing wild animals without permission is an illegal act that is strictly prohibited by law. Legal. It is wise to seek professional legal advice before entering into any agreement. Eager. He is very eager to get involved in the new project. Meager. He worked late into the night to support his family on his meager income. Eagerly. The audience eagerly waited for the curtain to rise. Vehicle. Electric vehicles will become an important vehicle for realizing a sustainable society in the future. Being. Humans are social beings and cannot survive without interacting with others. Regional. To expand its market, the company developed products tailored to the regional needs of each country. Region. The region is blessed with abundant nature and attracts many tourists. Procedure. To ensure safe surgery, strict hospital procedures must be followed. Strategic. To stay ahead of the competition, the company made the strategic decision to expand into overseas markets. Weaken. The prolonged recession is gradually weakening the country's economic foundations. Recall. He can recall events from decades ago as vividly as if they happened yesterday. Speaking. Generally speaking, the winters in that region are known to be very harsh. Cheeky. The boy made everyone laugh by making cheeky jokes with adults. Ecosystem. Even a slight change in the environment can disrupt the complex ecosystem of the entire forest. Secret. He never revealed the secret to the project's success to anyone. Equally. The two are equally talented. Equal. All human beings have equal rights under the law. Sequel. A sequel to the hit film has been announced for release next year, delighting fans. Frequency. In recent years, the frequency of abnormal weather events has been increasing in this region. Sequence. The film captivated audiences with its thrilling action sequences. Frequent. The weather in this region is changeable, with frequent thunderstorms in the summer. Frequently. The weather in this region is changeable, with frequent thunderstorms occurring in the summer. Realize. He finally realized his lifelong dream of owning his own home. Dealer. He has been in business in this town for many years as a used car dealer. Realism. He always bases his decisions on realism and does not get carried away with utopian plans. Ceiling. He lay on his bed, gazing intently at the ceiling of the room, lost in thought. Ideally. Ideally, everyone should have equal opportunities. Ameliorate. The government introduced new social welfare policies to ameliorate the problem of poverty. Agreement. The two countries signed a new agreement to remove trade barriers. Female. The research team achieved impressive results, focusing on female leaders. Seemingly. He appeared seemingly calm, but inside he was raging. Arena. In the huge arena, a professional basketball game was being played with great enthusiasm. Scenery. The snowy scenery seen from the top of the mountain was breathtakingly beautiful. Meaning. Scientists are trying to figure out the true meaning of this ancient symbol. Inconvenience. The sudden power outage caused great inconvenience to the residents in their daily lives. Convenient. A new supermarket has opened right next to the station, making it very convenient to go shopping. Genius. He displayed extraordinary genius in mathematics, solving one difficult problem after another. Senior. He is one of the most experienced senior managers in the company. People. There are many people living all over the world with a wide variety of cultures and languages. Sleepy. After lunch, when I'm basking in the warm sunlight, I suddenly feel sleepy. Depot. To efficiently distribute goods, huge logistics depots were built near the highways. Query. He sent an email query to the person in charge about the specifications of the new system. Decent. He is a very decent person and is trusted by everyone. Indecent. Such indecent behavior in public places should be severely punished. Recent. I learned about the amazing discovery in the recent news. Recently. I recently started a new hobby, mountain climbing on weekends. Thesis. He spent months writing his master's thesis to graduate from graduate school. Pieces. He collected the pieces of the broken vase and attempted to repair it. Resource. Recycling is essential to conserve the Earth's limited natural resources. Researcher. She is a prominent researcher investigating the impacts of climate change on marine ecosystems. Increasingly. In recent years, people's interest in environmental issues has been increasing. Appreciate. She deeply appreciates her friend's help during a difficult time. Species. It is said that there are many unknown species that have yet to be discovered in the Amazon rainforest. Conceited. He boasts about his talents and has a conceited attitude that makes him look down on those around him. Retort. He responded to the rude question with a sharp retort. Pretext. He used a cold as an excuse to skip the boring party. Retailer. The rise of major online retailers is forcing local shopping districts into stiff competition. Retail. He has been in the clothing retail business for many years and is very familiar with the needs of his customers. Beating. Immediately after strenuous exercise, his chest was heaving with a violent beating. Treaty. The two countries signed a peace treaty to put an end to years of conflict. Diabetes. He suffers from diabetes and strictly limits the amount of sugar in his daily diet. Lethal. Knew that the poison was lethal, meaning that even a small amount could kill a human. Inconceivable. Just a few decades ago, it was inconceivable that we would live in an age where everyone would have a smartphone. Unbelievable. The news that he had won first prize in the lottery was so dramatic it was unbelievable. Evil. The hero in the story stood up to an evil wizard who wanted to take over the world. Medieval. The museum displays many medieval artifacts, including knights' armor and swords. Evenly. By spreading butter evenly on bread, it will taste good no matter where you eat it. Fever. He has a high fever. Feverish. He continued working with feverish enthusiasm to meet the deadline. Even. He has a very calm personality and maintains an even mental state in any emergency. Previous. As decided at the previous meeting, we will start a new project next month. Previously. He had previously lived in the city and was familiar with its streets. Abbreviate. He has a habit of abbreviating long words to save time when taking notes. Alleviate. New painkillers are highly effective at alleviating severe pain after surgery. Seaweed. In Japanese cuisine, seaweed such as kelp and wakame is widely used as a stock or ingredient. Feasible. Despite technical challenges, Experts deemed the plan feasible. Reason. The reason he was late for the meeting was because he got caught in an unexpected traffic jam. Season. Japan has 4 seasons, and you can enjoy beautiful scenery in each season. Reasonable. Although the food at the restaurant is of high quality, the prices are very reasonable. Seasoning. It is important to use seasonings such as salt and pepper appropriately to adjust the flavor of your food. Leisurely. On weekends, I take a leisurely walk in the park to relieve the fatigue of the week. Uneasy. He feels very uneasy about the situation. Easygoing. He has a very easygoing personality and rarely gets angry. Bleach. To remove the stain, I soak the white shirt in bleach. Breach. Unilaterally changing the terms of a contract constitutes a clear breach of contract. Each. The teacher gave individual advice to each student. Impeach. Congress has begun the process of impeaching the president for abusing his power. Preach. The pastor preaches about the importance of love and forgiveness at every Sunday service. Reach. He stretched his arm to reach for the dictionary that was high up on the bookshelf. Teach. Since retiring, he has been passionate about teaching mathematics to young people at a local university. Bleed. He fell and scraped his knee, and the wound was bleeding a little. Breed. The farm is raising a new breed of sheep that is more resistant to the cold. Concede. He admitted that his argument was flawed and finally conceded that the other side was right. Creed. The organization is open to all, regardless of race or creed. Deed. He prefers to show his integrity by his deeds rather than by his words. Exceed. This month's sales were outstanding, far exceeding our initial forecast. Feed. A rancher's daily routine is to get up early every morning and feed the horses and cows. Greed. His greed for power has caused him to lose many friends. Heed. By not heeding the warning, they made an irreparable mistake. Impede. Debris scattered all over the road severely impeded the passage of ambulances. Indeed. His plan was very bold, but it really had the potential to succeed. Mislead. Exaggerated expressions in advertising may mislead consumers and lead them to make wrong decisions. Need. He tried to meet the needs of his friends in need as best he could. Plead. The lawyer pleaded with the judge that the defendant was in a state of insanity at the time. Precede. At formal dinners, soup usually precedes the main dish. Proceed. Now that we were ready, we decided to proceed to the next step as planned. Recede. Once the storm passed, the floodwaters covering the road slowly receded. Seed. He carefully planted flower seeds in his garden so that beautiful flowers would bloom in the spring. Succeed. He put in a lot of effort and finally succeeded as a global entrepreneur. Weed. If left unchecked, your garden will quickly become overgrown with pesky weeds. Needlessly. He criticized others needlessly, causing friction with those around him. Breathe. The basics of yoga begin with straightening your spine and taking deep, slow breaths. Belief. She has a strong belief that hard work will always pay off. Brief. He began the meeting by giving a brief overview of the project. Grief. She had a hard time recovering from the deep grief she felt after losing her beloved pet. Leaf. In autumn, the leaves of the trees turn red and yellow, beautifully decorating the ground. Relief. He felt great relief that the problem that had been bothering him for so long was finally resolved. Thief. A thief broke into a jewelry store under cover of darkness, stole a valuable diamond and fled. Briefly. At the beginning of the meeting, he briefly explained the purpose of the project. Fatigue. He fell asleep in his chair due to extreme fatigue caused by hard work every day. Intrigue. The mystery novel is a thrilling web of complex intrigue. League. He plays in a baseball league. Siege. The army surrounded the enemy's capital, beginning a siege that lasted several months. Antique. My grandmother's house is filled with very valuable antique furniture that is over 100 years old. Beak. The hawk with its sharp beak was stalking prey from high in the sky. Bleak. Economic indicators are worsening and the future for small and medium-sized businesses is looking bleak. Critique. The literary critic wrote a harsh critique of the new author's debut novel. Leak. I noticed a water leak coming from the ceiling and immediately called a repairman. Meek. He has a meek personality and does not strongly assert his opinions in public. Peak. After several days, the climbers finally reached the peak of Everest. Peak. Curious to see what was inside, she secretly took a peek at the gift box. Seek. Sought a better educational environment and decided to move to the city. Shriek. Suddenly, a sharp shriek came from the darkness, and the surrounding area became chaotic. Sneak. He sneaked quietly into the room to surprise his family. Speak. He spoke passionately to a large audience about the importance of protecting the environment. Squeak. The door hinges are out of oil and make a squealing noise every time you open or close it. Technique. Through years of training, he has mastered the advanced techniques for creating intricate woodwork. Unique. The building has a unique style that beautifully blends tradition and modernity. Weak. His legs became weak from the long hours of exercise and he could barely walk. Weekend. He often goes camping with his family on weekends to relieve the fatigue of the weekdays. Weekends. He enjoys going on weekend drives with his family to the countryside. Weekly. The magazine is published weekly and brings you the latest news. Appeal. The charity made a worldwide appeal for help for the disaster-stricken areas. Conceal. She deliberately put on a cheerful face to conceal her true feelings. Deal. He handled difficult situations calmly and made big business deals. Feel. He felt the cold wind on his skin and realized that winter was coming. Heal. As time passed, his emotional wounds gradually healed. Heel. Perhaps because he walked poorly, the heels of his new shoes wore down quickly. Ideal. He pursues the ideal image of a leader and works hard to improve himself every day. Kneel. He knelt silently before the sacred altar and prayed for the health of his family. Meal. The time he spends with his family sitting around the dinner table enjoying a leisurely meal is something he treasures more than anything else. Ordeal. He overcame the severe ordeal of a serious accident and is now able to walk again. Peel. To prepare the dessert, she carefully peeled the apple with a knife. Real. The stories she told were detailed enough to make them seem real. Repeal. Due to strong public opposition, the government repealed the unjust law. Reveal. He finally decides to reveal the secret he's been hiding for years to only his best friend. Seal. He put the confidential documents in an envelope and sealed it so that no one could open it. Steal. Unable to bear the hunger, he stole an apple from a market stall. Steel. The structure of a modern skyscraper is supported by a strong steel frame. Wheel. The wheel of the car went flat. Zeal. He works with extraordinary zeal to make new projects a success. Field. As an agricultural expert, he spends his days out in the vast fields observing the growth of crops. Yield. With the proper use of fertilizer, this year's wheat yield was 1.5 times higher than last year's. Deem. The committee deems it impossible to continue the project. Esteem. He is highly esteemed by his colleagues for his significant contributions to his field. Extreme. Winters in the area are extremely cold, with temperatures sometimes dropping below -30 degrees Celsius. Gleam. Her eyes had an intelligent gleam with the expectation of new discoveries. Redeem. He worked hard to redeem his mistake. Regime. The revolution brought down an authoritarian regime and ushered in a new era of democracy. Scheme. He developed a highly complex and sophisticated fraudulent scheme to acquire his wealth. Seam. He noticed that the seams of his beloved coat, which he had worn for many years, were fraying. Seem. Seems scary at first glance, but he's actually a very kind person. Steam. Pure white steam rose vigorously from the kettle, signaling that the water was boiling. Stream. The water in the small stream that flows down the mountain slope was surprisingly cold and clear. Supreme. Ruled supreme that the law was unconstitutional. Theme. The theme of the meeting is the environment. Extremely. The temperature at the summit is extremely low, so you need to take thorough measures to protect yourself from the cold. Between. A beautiful stream flows between the two villages. Clean. On weekends, she cleans the whole house to refresh herself. Convene. The speaker urgently convened all members to discuss the new bill. Cuisine. The restaurant serves traditional French cuisine made with fresh, local ingredients. Gene. Recent research has identified genes involved in the development of specific diseases. Keen. He has a keen eye for observation and notices even the smallest changes that others might miss. Lean. He jogs every day, which gives him a lean physique with no excess fat. Machine. This modern machine can produce parts much faster than previous models. Marine. At the aquarium, you can observe colorful tropical fish and rare marine life. Mean. To understand the true meaning of the word, you need to consider the context. Routine. That is my daily routine. Scene. It was a very beautiful scene. Serene. The morning by the lake was very serene, and the only sound that could be heard was the chirping of birds. Vaccine. To prevent the spread of the disease, the government recommended that people get vaccinated. Teenager. The teenagers were enthusiastically discussing popular music. Routinely. The hospital routinely carries out safety inspections to ensure patient safety. Meantime. While waiting for the ambulance, he continued to treat the injured. Meanwhile. While the older brother was preparing dinner, the younger brother helped clean the living room. Means. All legitimate means should be considered to achieve the goal. Scenes. The final scenes of the movie were so moving that many in the audience shed tears. Asleep. He was reading a book on the sofa and before he knew it, he was asleep. Cheap. This store offers high-quality clothing at very cheap prices. Heap. There is a heap of unread documents piled up on the desk. Heap. He tries to eat a balanced diet every day to stay healthy. Leap. He took a powerful leap to jump over the puddle. Peep. She was curious to see what was inside the box, so she quietly peeked through the gap in the lid. Reap. After many years of hard work, he finally reaps the rewards of great success. Sleep. I slept well last night, so I feel great this morning. Steep. The slope of the mountain was very steep and it was difficult to climb. Sweep. Her daily routine is to sweep the front door with a broom every morning. Weep. She couldn't help but weep when she saw the final scene of the moving movie. Apiece. There were 6 cakes in total, and each participating child was given 1 apiece. Cease. The 2 sides agreed to immediately cease fighting to prevent further casualties. Decrease. By introducing an efficient system, we were able to significantly decrease work hours. Increase. The new marketing strategy has been successful, and sales have been steadily increasing. Peace. After a long period of conflict, peace has finally returned to the border area. Peace. He finally put the last piece of the puzzle into place and completed it. Police. To ensure the safety of citizens, the police patrol the city. Release. The film production company announced that it will release its highly anticipated new film worldwide next month. Peacefully. The conflict ended, and the villagers were able to live peacefully again. Peaceful. The quiet morning by the lake was very peaceful, with the only sound being the chirping of birds. Ceaseless. The ceaseless sound of the waves echoes along the shore. East. The sun rises in the east every morning and sets in the western sky. Feast. The villagers held a lavish feast in the town square to celebrate the harvest. Least. He finds time in his busy schedule to go to the gym at least once a week. Priest. The priest of the old church is always available to offer advice to the local people regarding their problems. Beat. He practiced harder than anyone else in order to beat his rival. Cheat. Cheating in an exam not only hinders your own growth, but also makes you lose credibility. Compete. Top athletes from around the world compete at the Olympics, aiming for the gold medal. Complete. After several years of research, he finally constructed a complete system of theory. Concrete. We need concrete solutions to the problem, not just abstract discussions. Deceit. His words were full of clever deceit, and many people were deceived. Defeat. No matter how difficult the situation, he never accepted defeat. Delete. To free up space on my computer, I deleted old files that I no longer need. Discreet. He is a very discreet person and never reveals other people's secrets. Eat. In order to stay healthy, it is essential to eat a nutritionally balanced diet. Elite. He is a member of that elite unit. Feat. The climber achieved the amazing feat of reaching the top of the world's highest peak without bottled oxygen. Fleet. The country deploys a powerful naval fleet to protect its vast territorial waters. Greet. Every morning when she enters the office, she greets her colleagues with a bright smile. Heat. To beat the harsh summer heat, many people head to the sea or the mountains. Meat. To stay healthy, he is trying to eat less meat and more vegetables. Meet. We decided to meet at a cafe in front of the station to discuss the details of our new project. Neat. His desk is always neat and tidy, and he is very efficient at his work. Peat. In the area, peat extracted from the marshes is used as fuel. Repeat. Please do not repeat the same mistake. Retreat. Troops temporarily retreated from the front line to minimize casualties. Seat. The theater seats were fully booked, and there were no tickets left for the day. Treat. He rescued an injured stray cat and had it properly treated at the veterinary clinic. Wheat. On this vast farm, wheat, the raw material for bread and noodles, shines golden. Completely. The heavy rain completely soaked his clothes. Treatment. A new method of treatment for the disease was established, and many patients were saved. Beneath. He picked up the pen that had fallen beneath the desk. Heath. As we drove along the English countryside, we came across a vast heath filled with blooming wildflowers. Wreath. In front of the monument was a beautiful wreath of flowers to commemorate the war dead. Achieve. After much hard work, he finally achieved his goal of breaking the world record. Believe. She believes that no matter how difficult the situation, hard work will always pay off. Conceive. He conceived a revolutionary idea to solve this problem from a completely new perspective. Deceive. It is never acceptable to deceive people with sweet words and take their money. Grieve. His friends gently supported him as he lost his family and grieved together with him. Leave. He decided to leave the company he had worked for many years to start a new career. Perceive. He is very good at perceiving subtle changes in the atmosphere around him. Receive. On her birthday, she received a thoughtful gift from a friend who lives overseas. Relieve. Light exercise and stretching are effective in relieving shoulder stiffness caused by desk work. Retrieve. He rushed to retrieve an important document that he had accidentally thrown in the trash. Weave. Craftsmen carefully weave cloth with intricate patterns by combining colorful threads. Achievement. After many years of research, he achieved a historic achievement in the scientific community. Breeze. The pleasant breeze coming off the sea helped to ease the summer heat. Chinese. He is majoring in Chinese culture and history at university. Degrees. He earned degrees in physics from a prestigious university and now works in a research lab. Disease. Scientists are constantly researching new treatments for this seemingly incurable disease. Ease. He took a deep breath to ease his tension before beginning his speech. Expertise. She has extensive expertise in cybersecurity. Freeze. On winter nights when the temperature dropped below freezing, the water in the bucket froze solid. Seize. The police raided the criminal's hideout and seized a large amount of counterfeit currency that served as evidence. Sneeze. Suffers from hay fever and sneezes frequently in the spring. Squeeze. He squeezed fresh lemons with all his might to make homemade lemonade. Tease. He likes to tease his best friend a little, in an affectionate way. Pleased. He is very pleased that his new house turned out just as he wanted. Prestige. Receiving the award is the highest honor a scientist can receive and brings with it great prestige. Apply. She applied to a famous university to fulfill her dream. Buy. He stood in line in front of the store since morning to buy the latest smartphone. Buy. The report must be submitted by 5 p.m. on Friday. Comply. Companies are required to strictly comply with the new environmental protection regulations. Cry. The ending of the movie was so sad that he couldn't help but cry. Defy. He defied the dictator's orders and continued to fight for freedom. Deny. He completely denied any involvement in the incident and claimed his innocence. Die. The old tree died, unable to withstand the severe winter cold. Dye. She dyed her hair a light brown for a change of pace. High. The airplane is flying at a very high altitude above the clouds. I am planning to start a new project next month. Imply. His words indirectly implied that the current plan had failed. Lie. He told an obvious lie to escape responsibility. Pie. She served freshly baked sweet apple pie for dessert. Ply. The craftsman plied his skilled techniques to create beautiful furniture. Rely. We rely on him to always help us when we are in trouble. Reply. He immediately sent a polite reply to his friend's email. Sigh. He sat in the chair and let out a sigh of relief after a hard day's work. Sly. With a sly smile, he prepared a surprise without telling anyone. Supply. The company supplies high-quality parts to markets all over the world. Thigh. After the long run, he felt a pleasant fatigue in his thigh muscles. Tie. He carefully tied his necktie in front of the mirror to match his new suit. Try. It is important to try new things many times without being afraid of failure. Whereby. The government introduced a new system whereby the unemployment rate could be reduced. Why? She couldn't understand why he was so angry. Via. He decided to fly from Japan to London via Dubai. Liable. The contract states that the borrower is liable for damages should they occur. Reliable. He is a very reliable staff member who completes any task perfectly and on time. Viable. After thorough market research, this business plan was judged to be economically viable. Diagram. He created a clear diagram to explain how the complex machine works. Violence. We must not condone solutions involving violence for any reason. Violent. Violent conflicts broke out all over the city last night, resulting in many injuries. Dialogue. In order to solve the problems between the two countries, it is essential to have sincere dialogue. Dialect. He spoke in a dialect unique to the region, so it was a little hard for city people to understand. Violate. You must not violate someone's privacy for any reason. Anxiety. He feels strong anxiety ahead of his important presentation tomorrow. Piety. He has a deep sense of piety and attends church services every morning without fail. Propriety. In public, one should act with the propriety befitting their social status. Society. We need to build a better society where diverse values are recognized. Variety. The supermarket has a rich variety of fruits collected from all over the world. Denial. He expressed a clear denial of his involvement in the scandal at the press conference. Trial. It was a fair trial. Triumph. The victory achieved after overcoming hardships was a triumph he could never forget. Scientist. Many scientists are researching new technologies to curb climate change. Alliance. The two companies formed a strategic alliance to expand their market share. Appliance. The kitchen is equipped with new appliances, such as a refrigerator and a microwave. Compliance. The company is in full compliance with safety regulations. Science. He majored in natural science at university to unravel the mysteries of the universe. Client. The lawyer fought with all his might in court to protect the rights of his client. Defiant. He did not lose his defiant attitude toward the unfair detention. Bias. A referee should be impartial, but he seemed to have a bias toward a particular team. Pious. She is a very pious believer who never misses her daily prayers. Biased. The news program's reporting was criticized for being biased against a specific political party. Diet. He tries to maintain a balanced diet to keep himself healthy. Quiet. The library was very quiet, providing an environment where one could concentrate on study. Riot. Public dissatisfaction with the tax hike exploded, leading to riots in various parts of the city. Quietly. Since the baby was sleeping, he left the room quietly to avoid making any noise. Tribal. Ancient and traditional tribal customs are still carefully preserved in that region. Fiber. This towel is made of natural fibers and is very soft to the touch. Bribery. The politician was arrested on charges of bribery for receiving a large amount of cash from a corporation. Hibernate. Some animals, such as bears, hibernate in caves to survive the harsh winter. Vibrant. She has a vibrant personality, and her presence brightens up the room. Library. He goes to the library every day to concentrate on his studies in a quiet environment. Divided. On that issue, the committee's opinions remain divided. Provided. The field trip will take place provided that the weather is good tomorrow. Idle. Due to the recession, half of the machines in the factory are sitting idle. Tidal. The moon's gravitational pull has a significant impact on the tidal changes of the Earth's oceans. Provider. The company is the largest internet service provider in the region. Friday. On Friday nights he takes a long soak in the bath to relieve the week's fatigue. Tidy. She made the living room perfectly tidy in preparation for her guests. Untidy. His room is always in a very untidy state, with clothes and books scattered everywhere. Hydrogen. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe, and is expected to be a clean energy source. Dehydrate. You should drink water frequently during intense summer exercise to prevent your body from dehydrating. Carbohydrate. Moderate consumption of carbohydrates is essential as an energy source to activate the brain. Acquire. He acquired fluent foreign language skills through living abroad. Buyer. In the real estate market, buyers currently have an advantage over sellers. Conspire. They secretly conspired to drive the rival company out of the market. Desire. He has a strong desire to travel the world and experience new cultures. Entire. He was so hungry that he ate the entire pizza that was served. Fire. On the night of the camp, they sang songs around the fire. Hire. Due to business expansion, the company decided to hire 5 new engineers. Prior. Prior notice is required when attending the meeting. Require. Solving this complex puzzle requires high concentration and patience. Supplier. The manufacturer procures high-quality parts from a reliable supplier. Tire. She got tired from the long drive and took a break at a service area. Hierarchy. A strict hierarchy exists in that organization, keeping the chain of command clear. Fiery. He delivered a fiery speech against unjust discrimination and moved people's hearts. Entirely. The failure of the plan was due to a lack of preparation and is entirely my responsibility. Retirement. After retirement from the company he had worked for many years, he went on a trip around the world. Fired. He was finally fired from his company due to repeated tardiness. Tired. He walked around all day, so his legs were very tired. Iron. He carefully smoothed out his wrinkled shirt with a hot iron. Trifle. He doesn't want to waste time worrying about trifles. Migrate. Many migratory birds migrate to warmer regions in accordance with seasonal changes. Underlying. We need to identify not only the superficial issues but also the underlying causes behind them. Hygiene. To maintain health, it is important to observe basic hygiene, such as washing hands and gargling. Psychic. She claims to have psychic powers that allow her to intuitively know what others are thinking. Striking. The creative design of the building has a striking feature that catches the eyes of passers-by. Microwave. In the busy morning, he warmed up frozen food in the microwave and ate it. Microscope. The scientist used a microscope to observe cell structures that are invisible to the naked eye. Eyelash. She looked into the mirror to remove a small eyelash that had gotten into her eye. Island. The beautiful island is popular with tourists who come for the blue sea and rich nature. Silence. The library was enveloped in deep silence out of consideration for the readers. Silent. The entire venue was enveloped in a deep, silent atmosphere as everyone waited for the next words. Highlight. The highlight of the trip was seeing the magnificent waterfall up close. Twilight. The twilight sky after the sun went down had a fantastical color. Eyelid. He was so sleepy that his eyelids felt like they were about to close. Climate. Climate change on a global scale has become a serious environmental problem in recent years. Primary. Family environment is a primary factor for the healthy growth of a child. Finally. After years of research, he finally succeeded in developing a new drug. Dinosaur. Dinosaurs went extinct a long time ago. Dynasty. The dynasty ruled over this vast region for hundreds of years. Highness. The diplomats addressed the king respectfully as Your Highness. Finite. Earth's resources are finite, and we must use them carefully. Liner. The luxurious ocean liner slowly left the harbor. Minor. It is a very minor problem. Shiny. He polished his favorite shoes until they were as shiny as a mirror. Tiny. Using a microscope, you can observe tiny microbes that are invisible to the naked eye. Disciple. The young artist trained for several years as a disciple of the great master. Desirable. To build good relationships, it is desirable to have an attitude of respecting others' opinions. Irony. It is a deep irony that a car boasting the highest safety standards would get into an accident. Spiral. To get to the top of the tower, you have to climb a long spiral staircase. Environment. A safe and rich educational environment is essential for children to grow up healthily. Virus. To prevent computer virus intrusion, the latest security software should always be installed. Inquiry. The police have launched a full inquiry to identify the exact cause of the fire. Isolated. The village is deep in the mountains and is isolated from the outside by snow during winter. Isolate. Those suspected of infection were temporarily isolated to prevent the spread of the virus. License. He finally became able to drive alone after obtaining his driver's license. Crisis. The government launched new measures to overcome the unprecedented economic crisis. Eyesight. His eyesight has worsened recently, so he decided to get new glasses. Decisive. As a leader, he was required to make a decisive judgment even under difficult circumstances. Skyscraper. A huge skyscraper, the symbol of the city, towers in the center of town. Bystander. When the accident happened, a bystander nearby immediately called an ambulance. Revitalize. The government set a budget to revitalize the area by reviving the old shopping street. Delighted. He was delighted to hear the news of his promotion, as his years of effort had paid off. Excited. The children are very excited, imagining the trip to the amusement park starting tomorrow. Entitle. Employees who have completed a certain period of service are entitled to take long vacations. Title. The title of the book is simple, but it attracted the interest of many readers. Vital. For the success of the team, close communication among members is a vital factor. Item. He put the last item on his shopping list into the basket and headed for the register. Frighten. The sudden clap of thunder frightened the small children playing by the window. Tighten. He used a screwdriver to firmly tighten the loose screw. Frightened. The children clung to their mother, looking very frightened by the sudden loud noise. Exciting. The comeback in the final match was an exciting moment for all the spectators in the stadium. Almighty. Faced with the wonders of nature, one cannot help but feel the presence of an almighty power. Mighty. The old castle walls once repelled many attacks from mighty armies. Arrival. Because the plane's arrival was significantly delayed, he was kept waiting at the airport for hours. Survival. In the harsh wilderness, securing food and water is the top priority for survival. Private. It is a private matter. Ivory. The keys of that old piano are made of precious ivory, which is now restricted in trade. Horizon. The sun began to rise slowly from the horizon over the sea, staining the sky red. Miser. Although he is very wealthy, he is known as a miser who refuses to spend even a penny wastefully. Miserly. Despite being a billionaire, he is a miserly man who never leaves a tip. Surprisingly. I heard the exam was very difficult, but the results were surprisingly good. Ascribe. He ascribed his success to the great support of the people around him. Bribe. The official was arrested on suspicion of receiving a large bribe from a construction company. Describe. She described the beautiful scenery she found during her trip to her friend in detail. Prescribe. The doctor prescribed appropriate medication to relieve his symptoms. Transcribe. The secretary transcribed all the important remarks from the meeting into the notebook. Tribe. A tribe of indigenous people who still maintain their unique culture lives deep in the Amazon. Abide. All citizens have a duty to abide by the laws of the country. Allied. The two countries formed an allied force to counter a common enemy. Aside. He called his friend aside to discuss something important. Beside. She sat beside her sick friend and nursed him all night long. Bride. The bride, who was the star of the ceremony, was beautiful. Coincide. The two major events happened to coincide, making the city very crowded. Collide. Two cars collided violently at the intersection, and a loud noise echoed. Confide. He confided his deepest troubles, which he had told no one, to his most trusted best friend. Decide. He chose to decide his own path at a major turning point in his life. Divide. He divided the large pizza into 8 equal slices to share with his friends. Glide. The eagle spread its wings and glided gracefully through the sky on an updraft. Guide. Thanks to the experienced guide, we reached the summit safely. Hide. He hid his face with both hands out of sheer embarrassment. Inside. It is very cold outside, but inside the heating is on and it is warm. Preside. The chairman presided over the meeting to discuss the new upcoming project. Pride. He finishes each product carefully, taking pride in his work as a craftsman. Provide. The school provided students with the latest learning tablets. Reside. He chose to reside peacefully in a quiet seaside town after his retirement. Ride. He likes to ride his bicycle along the coast on a sunny day. Side. He must make a careful decision about which side to take. Slide. He slipped on the wet floor and slid all the way to the wall. Stride. He moved to the center of the stage with large, confident strides. Subside. The violent storm finally subsided, and a rainbow appeared in the sky. Tide. Many surfers gathered at the beach for the high tide. Wide. He opened his eyes wide to get a good look at the opposite bank of the river. Guideline. Please follow the new guideline. Idly. He spent the afternoon idly, having nothing particular to do. Widely. The new technology is now widely used in industries all over the world. Widespread. With the spread of the internet, information has become more widespread than before. Sidewalk. For safety, he avoided the roadway and walked toward the station on the well-maintained sidewalk. Besides. He can speak Spanish and French besides English. Life. He decided to start a completely different new life in a new land. Strife. Ethnic strife has been constant in that country for many years, and many people are suffering. Wife. He reserved her favorite restaurant to celebrate his wife's birthday. Lifelike. The sculptures on display at that museum are so lifelike that they look like they might move at any moment. Oblige. The law obliges all citizens to pay their taxes by the set deadline. Obliged. Having received kind help, he felt obliged to return the favor someday. Alike. The twin brothers sound so much alike that you can't tell who is speaking over the phone. Dislike. He has always struggled with crowds and strongly dislikes noisy places in the city. Like. He looks very much like his father and like him enjoys playing sports. Spike. Due to the summer heat wave, electricity bills for air conditioning spiked temporarily. Strike. The labor union declared that it would go on a full-scale strike starting next week to demand higher wages. Unlike. Unlike his sociable older brother, the younger brother is shy and prefers to spend time alone. Likely. It is likely to rain this afternoon as the clouds have become thick. Unlikely. Since he is a very cautious person, it is unlikely that he would take such a reckless gamble. Likelihood. Judging from the recent economic situation, the likelihood of interest rates rising is very high. Likewise. When she expressed her approval at the meeting, he likewise indicated his agreement. Aisle. Aisle seats on planes are preferred by many passengers because they are easy to move from. Compile. He compiled the latest data from various regions for the new project. File. He saved important contracts in categorized files so they would be easy to find later. Pile. There is a pile of half-read books stacked on the desk. Smile. Her bright smile always cheers up the people around her. While. He checked his schedule for the day while drinking coffee. Mild. This winter has been very mild compared to usual years. Childbirth. Thanks to modern medical technology, the risks associated with childbirth have decreased significantly compared to before. Childhood. He spent his childhood in a rural village surrounded by abundant nature. Wildlife. The national park protects rich wildlife, including rare birds and animals. Mildly. He smiled mildly and brushed off the criticism from his boss. Climb. He climbed the steep rock wall carefully step by step. Crime. The police are doing their best to uncover the truth behind that heinous crime. Prime. He achieved his greatest accomplishments during the prime of his life. Sublime. The vast view from the summit was truly sublime. Time. He made a detailed plan to use his limited time effectively. Sometimes. He is usually very quiet, but sometimes he speaks his mind passionately. Times. In the modern era, things change rapidly, and we need to keep up with the times. Assign. The teacher assigned homework to the students to be completed over the weekend. Confine. He confined his activities to indoors for a while to prevent his injury from worsening. Decline. Along with the economic downturn, the company's sales began to decline slowly. Define. Please define that technical term. Design. She designed new furniture that combines both usability and beauty. Divine. Ancient kings often claimed to be endowed with divine power. Line. He used a ruler to draw a straight line on the paper. Mine. A large amount of high-quality coal used to be extracted from that old mine. Refine. He further refined the design of the new product, aiming for higher quality. Resign. He resigned from the company he had worked at for many years to start a new challenge. Shine. The sun after the rain peeked through the clouds and shone brightly on the wet road surface. Shrine. The old shrine is cherished as a sacred place visited by many worshippers. Sign. He signed his name at the end of the document to make the contract official. Spine. He sat in the chair with his spine straight to improve his posture. Reminder. He set a reminder on his smartphone so he wouldn't forget the meeting time. Finding. The research team reported a surprising finding. Rainforest. They protect the rainforest. Assignment. He was given an important assignment as the leader of the new project by his boss. Confinement. He endured long confinement in solitary and was finally released. Refinement. The product received further refinement based on user feedback. Behind. He was in a hurry and left his important documents behind on the desk. Bind. He used a thick rubber band to bind the loose documents together. Blind. He has been blind since birth but is blessed with the talent for music. Find. He finally found the keys he thought he had lost deep in his coat pocket. Grind. He grinds the beans himself every morning to enjoy freshly brewed coffee. Inclined. He is somewhat inclined to have a negative opinion toward the new proposal. Kind. He has a very kind personality and cannot leave people in trouble alone. Mind. He organized the situation in his mind before making a decision. Remind. She reminded him not to forget the time of tomorrow's meeting. Unkind. She was deeply hurt by his unkind words and didn't speak to him for a while. Wind. A strong wind is blowing, and the trees in the garden are swaying violently. Mindful. To maintain health, it is important to be mindful of eating a balanced diet daily. Ripe. The fruit, bathed in plenty of sunlight, has become ripe and is giving off a sweet aroma. Swipe. He swiped his smartphone to display the next photo. Wipe. She hurriedly wiped the table to clean up the spilled coffee. Admire. I sincerely admire her courage in facing difficulties and her tireless efforts. Aspire. Many young people aspire to become professional musicians on the world stage someday. Expire. My passport will expire next month, so I need to renew it. Inquire. He inquired with customer support about the details of the new product. Inspire. Her enthusiastic speech strongly inspired many young people in the audience. Retire. After retiring from the company he worked at for years, he is enjoying his hobby of gardening. Expired. Since his driver's license had already expired, he needed to go through the renewal process. Advice. He followed his mentor's advice and decided to specialize in international law. Concise. He provided a concise summary of the project to save time during the meeting. Device. A smartphone is a versatile device that can be used for communication and entertainment. Entice. The store offered big discounts to entice customers into the shop. Precise. Precise data entry is essential to perform complex calculations accurately. Price. The price of the product rose sharply as the balance between supply and demand collapsed. Suffice. His explanation was very brief, but it sufficed to understand the situation. Twice. He checked the calculations twice to ensure there were no errors. Vice. Gambling was a vice that he found very difficult to overcome. Precisely. He followed the experimental procedures precisely as written in the manual. Bite. Extremely hungry, he took a large bite of his sandwich. Bright. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Cite. You need to appropriately cite reliable sources when writing a paper. Delight. He was delighted by the unexpected gift from his daughter and beamed with a smile. Despite. The game started as scheduled despite the heavy rain. Fight. He continued to fight until the end, even in difficult situations, to defend his beliefs. Flight. Our scheduled flight was cancelled due to bad weather. Fright. Surprised by the sudden loud noise, he froze in fright for a moment. Height. The building is over 300 meters in height and can be seen from anywhere in the city. Invite. She invited her close friends to her birthday party. Light. Since the room was dark, he pressed the wall switch to turn on the light. Polite. He is trusted by those around him because he treats everyone with a polite attitude. Quite. His new house was quite larger than he had imagined. Recite. He recited a famous poem he had been practicing in front of the whole class. Right. He thought carefully to find the right path he should follow. Right. The tribe has a traditional rite that children perform when they become adults. Sight. The view from the summit was a sight more magnificent than anything I had ever seen. Site. This location is the site plan for the construction of a new library. Slight. There was a slight mistake in his plan, but it was within a correctable range. Spite. He intentionally provided false information out of spite for his rival. Tight. These shoes are a bit too tight, making my feet hurt. Tonight. He is looking forward to reuniting with his friends at the party tonight. Upright. He sat upright with his back straight to correct his posture. Uptight. He is a bit uptight, worrying about tomorrow's exam. Right. He wrote down the key points of today's meeting in his notebook so he wouldn't forget them. Delightful. Last night's party was a delightful time filled with delicious food and pleasant conversation. Frightful. The scene of the accident was a frightful sight, almost unbearable to look at. Light-hearted. He has a light-hearted personality, always making jokes to make people laugh. Brightly. The full moon shone brightly in the night sky, illuminating the surroundings. Politely. When a stranger asked for directions, he politely showed them using a map. Slightly. Adding salt made the soup taste slightly better. Tightly. She held the box containing her precious treasures tightly so as not to give it to anyone. Nightmare. I had a nightmare last night. Brightness. The morning brightness streaming through the window filled the entire room. Lightning. Lightning lit up the sky. Sightseeing. We went sightseeing on the weekend. Rights. Everyone has basic human rights to enjoy freedom and equality. Alive. He was in a major accident, but was miraculously found alive, relieving his family. Arrive. Although the flight was delayed, he managed to arrive by the start time of the meeting. Deprive. The law was criticized as depriving certain citizens of their basic rights. Derive. We learned that many English words derive from Latin or Greek roots. Drive. He commutes to work by car, driving for an hour every morning. 5. The team consists of 5 members, each playing a different role. Live. After graduating from university, he is living alone in the center of London. Revive. Many volunteers cooperated to revive the old traditional festival. Strive. We must constantly strive to build a fairer and more sustainable society. Survive. He survived the harsh environment in the desert and miraculously made it out alive. Thrive. The plant thrives on a sunny windowsill because it loves direct sunlight. Lively. The party was very lively. Advise. The doctor advised him to rest. Arise. The meeting was urgently postponed because an unexpected trouble arose. Comprise. This team is comprised of 5 members with different areas of expertise. Despise. He despises people who tell lies and never forgives dishonest behavior. Devise. They decided to devise a new strategy to solve the problem. Disguise. Because he was a celebrity, he used a disguise to hide his identity when walking the streets. Prize. He was recognized for his many years of research and won a globally prestigious prize. Revise. Before submitting, he revised the report content several times to ensure there were no typos. Rise. The sun slowly rose in the eastern sky, and a new day began. Surmise. Based on the evidence left at the scene, he surmised that the culprit had broken in through the window. Wise. He is experienced and can make wise judgments in any difficult situation. Array. He has a wide array of tools. Astray. We misread the map and ended up astray in the opposite direction from our destination. Away. He took a vacation and traveled far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Bay. The view of the bay can be seen from the window. Betray. He vowed never to betray his best friend. Clay. He made a pot out of clay. Convey. It can sometimes be difficult to convey gratitude through words alone. Decay. The old tree is decaying slowly. Delay. Bad weather caused a delay in the flight. Display. He displayed his new work. Essay. For a university assignment, she wrote an essay about inequality in modern society. Gay. He is in a very gay mood. Lay. He laid the book on the desk. Obey. You must obey the rules. Play. Children are playing outside. Portray. The film is a very realistic portrayal of 18th century aristocratic life. Pray. Every night, she silently prays for health and peace for her family. Prey. Lions move silently across the savannah in search of prey. Ray. A ray of light shone in. Spray. To help alleviate the heat, I sprayed the plants in the garden with water from a hose. Stay. We decided to stay at a nearby cafe until the rain stopped. Survey. The government conducted a large-scale survey on the life satisfaction of its citizens. Way. I looked up the quickest way to my destination on my smartphone. Way. At the airport counter, I had my checked baggage weighed. Chaos. The power outage caused traffic lights to go out, temporarily throwing the intersection into chaos. Enable. New technologies enable us to instantly connect with people across great distances. Stable. He is currently in stable condition after surgery and is on the mend. Unable. He hurt his throat and was unable to speak at the meeting yesterday. Labor. The construction of the gigantic pyramid required the labor of a huge number of people. Neighbor. I'm on friendly terms with my neighbor who lives next door, and we always exchange greetings. Neighborhood. This neighborhood is safe and very popular with families. Maybe. It might rain tomorrow or it might be sunny. Nature. For him, spending time away from the city and surrounded by abundant nature is the best kind of relaxation. Nature. For him, spending time away from the city and surrounded by abundant nature is the best kind of relaxation. Layer. When you look at the cross-section of the cake, you can see that the cream and sponge are layered beautifully. Mayor. The newly elected mayor has pledged to improve the educational environment. Agency. He works at an advertising agency. Agent. He works as an agent specializing in negotiating contracts for athletes. Major. He is majoring in economics at university. Naked. He was confronted with the naked truth and had no words to respond. Vacant. In the middle of the city, there is a vacant piece of land that has been abandoned for many years. Maker. The shoes are carefully made by skilled craftsmen. Sacred. This mountain has long been revered by local people as a sacred place. Available. The material is available online to anyone. Alien. His radical claims were alien to the sensibilities of many ordinary citizens. Alienate. His self-righteous attitude alienated him from his closest friends. Failure. He learned from his past failures and finally succeeded the next time. Layman. The theory was explained in a way that was easy to understand even for laymen without using technical terms. Payment. Credit cards and electronic money are used for payments for online shopping. Famous. The old castle is world famous for its beautiful gardens and historical value. Amiable. She is well liked by everyone because she treats everyone with an amiable attitude. Sustainable. In order to protect the environment, there is an urgent need to switch to sustainable energy sources. Canine. Police deployed a canine unit trained to investigate drugs. Container. At the port, huge containers loaded with cargo to be transported all over the world are lined up. Remaining. He finally reached the goal after using up all his remaining energy. Simultaneously. The two incidents occurred simultaneously, leaving the police scrambling to respond. Volcano. The volcano has become active again after hundreds of years of silence. Capable. He was a very capable leader and led his team to success. Stapler. I fastened the documents together with a stapler to keep them from falling apart. Staple. Rice is a staple food in many countries. Vapor. When I blew on the cold window pane, it fogged up with white vapor. Replaceable. Machine parts are replaceable, but the skills of a skilled craftsman are irreplaceable. Basin. Flood control works are underway throughout the river basin. Basis. Claims that are not based on scientific basis are difficult to gain credibility. Eraser. I erased the mistakes I made with the eraser attached to the end of the pencil. Racism. International efforts to eliminate racism in all its forms continue. Hasty. We should not jump to hasty conclusions when the evidence is insufficient. Educational. The museum has educational exhibits that teach children the joys of science. Racial. Many people are involved in activities to eliminate racial discrimination. Abbreviation. ASAP is a widely used abbreviation for as soon as possible. Accommodation. Travelers were happy to find comfortable accommodation. Accumulation. The accumulation of knowledge cannot be achieved overnight. Accusation. He was accused of embezzlement by a colleague without any evidence. Administration. He works in the university's administration department, providing student support. Admiration. Her dedicated work has earned her the admiration of many people. Agitation. The sudden notice of dismissal caused intense agitation among the employees. Allegation. He has categorically denied allegations of corruption and maintained his innocence. Allocation. Within the limited budget, optimal allocation of resources to each department was discussed. Alteration. Parts of the building were altered to make it barrier-free. Annotation. He wrote detailed annotations to help him understand the complex expressions in classical literature. Anticipation. With the release of the long-awaited new film approaching, expectations and anticipation are rising among fans. Application. He submitted his application form yesterday to apply for a new job. Appreciation. Deep appreciation for works of art leads to a richer life. Association. The association has long supported the conservation of endangered species. Aviation. Since the Wright brothers' first flight, aviation technology has made incredible advances. Calculation. He demonstrated the ability to quickly solve complex mathematical calculations in his head. Celebration. A grand celebration was held at the hotel to mark the company's 10th anniversary. Citation. When writing a paper, accurate citation of cited literature is required. Civilization. We are amazed by the legacies of ancient Egyptian civilization, such as the pyramids. Collaboration. The collaboration between the two brands has resulted in an innovative product. Commemoration. On the anniversary of the end of the war, a commemoration was held to mourn the victims. Compensation. The company paid sufficient compensation to the victims of the accident. Concentration. To solve complex problems, you need to clear your mind and maintain a high level of concentration. Condemnation. His irresponsible behavior drew severe condemnation from society at large. Configuration. The system configuration was changed to allow the new software to work optimally. Confirmation. I received a final confirmation by email to make sure there were no errors in the reservation details. Confrontation. The two major powers have begun talks to avoid a violent confrontation along their border. Congregation. On Sunday morning, the church congregation listened quietly to the pastor's sermon. Conservation. Environmental conservation activities to protect endangered species are being carried out all over the world. Consideration. Consideration for the feelings of others is the basis for smooth human relationships. Consolation. When he was depressed after losing a match, the only consolation he could find was the encouragement of his friends. Constellation. Famous constellations such as Orion shine in the winter night sky. Contamination. Contamination of rivers by industrial wastewater has become a serious environmental problem. Conversation. I met someone by chance while traveling and had a fun conversation about our common hobbies. Cooperation. Cooperation among all team members is essential for the success of the project. Corporation. He works for a large corporation. Correlation. The survey results showed that there is a strong correlation between sleep duration and work efficiency. Creation. This magnificent sculpture is a masterpiece that took the young artist 3 years to complete. Declaration. On Independence Day, the people once again took to heart the declaration calling for freedom and peace. Degradation. Preventing environmental degradation is one of the greatest challenges facing modern society. Deprivation. Sleep deprivation leads to impaired concentration and adverse health effects. Designation. The area has been designated as a national park, home to rare wildlife. Desperation. Driven to a corner, he became so desperate that he took reckless action. Destination. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their final destination. Determination. She continued to pursue her dreams with strong determination, never giving in to any difficulties. Dictation. In English class, students participated in dictation, where they accurately wrote down the English sentences read by the teacher. Discrimination. Eliminating unfair discrimination based on race and gender is a responsibility of modern society. Donation. He made a large anonymous donation to a local orphanage. Education. High-quality education greatly expands children's future possibilities. Elaboration. His plan is impressive, but it needs further elaboration before it can be put into action. Emigration. In the 19th century, many people chose to emigrate from Europe in search of a better life. Evacuation. Evacuation advisories have been issued to coastal residents as a powerful typhoon approaches. Evaluation. The company conducts a rigorous evaluation of employee performance every 6 months. Exaggeration. His stories are always full of exaggeration, making it difficult to determine how much is true. Examination. He studied hard for more than 10 hours every day in preparation for the difficult national examination. Exclamation. When she saw the magnificent view before her, she couldn't help but let out an exclamation of amazement. Expectation. Expectations and predictions from those around the new manager are higher than ever. Explanation. His explanation was very logical and easy for everyone to understand. Exploration. Space exploration of unknown planets brings new knowledge to humanity. Fascination. From an early age, he felt a strong fascination with the mysteries of the universe. Federation. Several states came together to form powerful federations to face common challenges. Formation. The rocks were formed naturally over a long period of time spanning millions of years. Foundation. A healthy democracy requires an unshakable foundation called education. Frustration. He feels strong frustration that things are not going according to plan. Generation. We have a responsibility to continue protecting this beautiful nature for the next generation. Graduation. He is set to get a job at a local company after graduation. Gratification. Through volunteer work, he gains spiritual gratification from helping others. Hesitation. Faced with a golden opportunity, he made his decision without a moment's hesitation. Identification. When entering the building, you will be asked to show identification to prove your identity. Illustration. The vivid illustrations on the book's cover caught the reader's eye. Imagination. Having a rich imagination is essential for generating new ideas. Imitation. The jewels are very finely crafted, but they are not genuine, but rather cheap imitation pieces. Immigration. The country has an aggressive immigration policy to address its labor shortage. Implication. His casual remark contained important implications regarding his future plans. Inclination. From an early age, she had a strong musical inclination. Indication. The darkening sky is an indication that heavy rain will soon fall. Inflammation. The wound is infected with bacteria and is causing severe inflammation. Inflation. Due to inflation in recent years, people's living costs have increased significantly. Information. The internet is overflowing with a huge amount of information. Innovation. Technological innovation has the power to fundamentally change the way we live our lives. Inspiration. The artist was inspired by the scenery he saw during his travels. Integration. In a society where people of different cultures live together, mutual integration is an important issue. Interpretation. The interpretation of this old poem varies greatly depending on the reader. Investigation. Authorities have begun a full-scale investigation to determine the cause of the accident. Invitation. He received a wedding invitation from a friend and gladly replied that he would attend. Irrigation. Large-scale irrigation projects are underway to convert desert areas into farmland. Isolation. He left the city and chose to live in complete isolation in a remote mountain cabin. Legislation. New environmental protection legislation is due to come into effect next month. Limitation. No matter how talented you are, there is always a limit to your physical strength. Location. The restaurant is in a great location with a view of the sea. Manipulation. He manipulated the media to sway public opinion in his favor. Medication. He is taking the medication prescribed by his doctor correctly and is in good health. Meditation. He meditates for 30 minutes every morning to calm his mind and improve his focus. Migration. The seasonal migration of migratory birds is an epic journey covering distances of thousands of kilometers. Nation. The nation continues to develop against a backdrop of diverse cultures and histories. Negotiation. After lengthy negotiations, they finally reached an agreement on terms that were acceptable to both parties. Nomination. His achievements were recognized with this year's top award nomination. Notation. In mathematics, special notations are used to express complex concepts succinctly. Obligation. Once a contract is signed, both parties have a legal obligation to fulfill their promises. Observation. Scientists conducted detailed observations to record the results of their experiments. Occupation. I filled out the occupation section of my resume with a detailed description of my current job. Operation. A new system was introduced to ensure smooth factory operations. Organization. She is a member of an international organization that supports children in developing countries. Participation. Active participation in local cleanup activities leads to the creation of a livable city. Plantation. They own a vast coffee plantation. Population. The city's population has grown rapidly in recent years. Preoccupation. He is preoccupied with his new project and has strong preoccupations with his surroundings. Preparation. He made careful preparations for tomorrow's important presentation. Preservation. Preservation of historical buildings is essential to pass on culture to future generations. Pronunciation. She listens to native speakers every day to practice accurate English pronunciation. Publication. His latest novel is scheduled for publication by a major publisher next month. Qualification. He has the necessary professional qualifications for the job. Radiation. At the hospital, radiation therapy was administered to kill the cancer cells. Recommendation. With strong recommendations from his mentor, he began his career as a researcher. Registration. After purchasing a new car, I registered it at the city hall. Regulation. For safety reasons, strict speed regulations are in place within this area. Relation. He and I have a deeper relationship than just being coworkers. Representation. The organization serves as a representation for the voices of local residents. Reputation. The restaurant has a great reputation not only for its delicious food, but also for its excellent service. Reservation. I made a reservation at a popular restaurant for the weekend by phone in advance. Revelation. The startling revelation about his past caused a stir. Salvation. When he was at his lowest point in life, he found salvation through volunteer work. Sanitation. In developing countries, there is an urgent need to improve sanitation. Sensation. The new singer's debut song caused a huge sensation in the music industry. Separation. Proper separation of waste is important for resource recycling. Situation. I am in a difficult situation now. Speculation. There is a lot of speculation about the reasons for his resignation. Starvation. Drought has led to severe food shortages, putting many people at risk of starvation. Station. Every morning, he takes the nearest subway station to work. Termination. In the event of breach of contract, the employee will be notified of immediate termination of the contract. Transformation. The introduction of digital technology is bringing about a dramatic transformation of business models. Translation. He has translated famous foreign novels and made them bestsellers. Transportation. In urban areas, public transportation such as trains and buses is highly developed. Vacation. He left his busy daily life behind and spent a week on vacation on a southern island. Variation. Even if it is the same song, changing the conductor can result in great variation in the performance. Violation. Entering someone else's property without permission is a violation of the law. Vocation. He has a strong sense of mission in teaching and believes it to be his vocation. Nationwide. A nationwide advertising campaign was launched to coincide with the launch of the new product. Patience. Successful fishing requires patience, waiting quietly until the prey is caught. Patient. He continued to work patiently and finally passed the difficult exam. Congratulations. His friends offered him congratulations after he passed the exam. Glacier. Due to global warming, the huge polar glaciers are beginning to melt rapidly. Ratio. The school has an ideal teacher-to-student ratio. Latest. He is always up to date with the latest fashions and is very sensitive to trends. Equator. Countries close to the equator experience high temperatures and humidity throughout the year. Later. I'm busy right now, so we'll talk more about that later. Dictatorship. In history class, we learned about the military dictatorship that once ruled the country. Related. Police believe the two cases are related to each other. Rating. The film received very high ratings from audiences. Creative. He has a very creative perspective that is not bound by existing concepts. Native. She is a native speaker of English. Hatred. There is deep hatred between the two countries due to past tragedies. Matrix. In mathematics, calculating matrices, which are arrangements of multiple numbers, is very important. Favor. She readily agreed to a small favor that a colleague asked her to do. Flavor. Adding this spice gives a unique flavor to your dish. Favorite. Of all the books he has, this old adventure novel is his favorite. Slavery. In history class, we learned about the tragedy of unjust slavery. Navy. He proudly attended the ceremony dressed in his Navy uniform. Behavior. His gentlemanly behavior made a very good impression on those around him. Behavioral. In my psychology class, we studied human behavioral patterns. Behavioral. In my psychology class, we studied human behavioral patterns. Lazy. I like to spend Sunday afternoons lazy at home without going out anywhere. Occasional. Although he is usually busy, he spends occasional holidays with his family. Equation. I had trouble solving quadratic equations on my math exam. Occasion. To celebrate his 60th birthday, we arranged for the whole family to get together for a special occasion. Persuasion. After much persuasion, he finally agreed to participate in the project. Occasionally. I usually eat at home, but occasionally I enjoy eating out. Afraid. He is afraid of dark places and always sleeps with the lights on at night. Aid. International aid is being sent in one after another to support the disaster-stricken areas. Blade. The blade of the knife is sharply sharpened, and it can cut paper easily. Decade. Over the past decade, he has grown his business globally. Fade. Because I had placed it in a sunny spot, the color of the curtains completely faded. Invade. News spread across the country that enemy forces had crossed the border and invaded. Made. This furniture is made by hand by artisans and is a sturdy product. Persuade. She persuaded her parents to allow her to study abroad. Shade. To avoid the strong sunlight, we rested in the shade under a large tree. Trade. The city has long flourished as a trade center for silken spices. Upgrade. He upgraded his computer's memory to improve his work efficiency. Plague. In medieval Europe, plagues raged and many lives were lost. Vague. His memory was vague and he couldn't recall any details about the day of the incident. Age. He is the same age as me. Engage. He is deeply engaged in a new project and is busy every day. Rage. He felt a great rage at being betrayed by a friend he trusted. Wage. Labor unions are demanding wage increases to keep up with rising prices. Aged. The aged cheese tastes delicious. Engaged. He is currently deeply engaged in a new project. Ache. Long hours of desk work cause a dull ache in the back and lower back. Awake. He stayed up late into the night to finish his unfinished report. Bake. Her hobby is baking cookies and cakes for children on the weekends. Break. In between long hours of work, I decided to take a short break and have a cup of coffee. Fake. The bag looks genuine, but it's actually a well-crafted fake. Make. He fixed the broken toy and made it work again. Mistake. I made a careless mistake on the test. Sake. I did it for you for your own sake. Stake. The company's future has a stake in the project's success. Take. In order to get to my destination quickly, I decided to take the least crowded route. Breakdown. The sudden breakdown of the machine halted production. Detail. He reported the circumstances of the incident in great detail. Fail. No matter how much preparation you do, there will be times when you fail, but it's important to learn from those experiences. Jail. The man was arrested for theft and spent several months in jail. Male. The male of the bird has very beautiful plumage to attract females. Pale. He seemed unwell and his complexion was very pale. Prevail. After much debate, reason ultimately prevailed and an agreement was reached. Tail. When the owner returned home, the dog greeted him by wagging its tail happily. Tale. The old man told me a mysterious tale that he had once experienced at sea. Trail. We followed a narrow trail through the forest to the waterfall. Railway. This railway, which runs through mountainous areas, is famous for the beautiful scenery it offers from the windows. Detailed. He compiled the results of his investigation into a very detailed report. Aim. He practices hard every day with the lofty aim of winning a gold medal. Blame. He doesn't do something cowardly like blaming others for his own failures. Claim. She strongly claimed primary credit for the discovery. Fame. He achieved worldwide fame at a young age, but he remained humble. Flame. The orange flame of the campfire lit a warm glow in the darkness. Frame. I put my favorite photo in a frame. Proclaim. The president formally proclaimed to the nation that the new law would come into effect. Same. I share the same opinion as him and fully support this proposal. Shame. He felt deeply ashamed of his mistake and decided to apologize. Tame. It's not easy to tame such a wild horse, but he built up its trust over time. Chamber. The king made important decisions in a secret chamber, deep within the castle. Shameful. The scandal was a shameful incident that tarnished the reputation of the entire organization. Namely. I have one problem to solve, namely a lack of funding. Framework. The basic framework for building a new business model has been completed. Ashamed. He regretted his lie so much that he was ashamed and could not hold his head up. Abstain. For the sake of his health, he decided to abstain from alcohol and sweets. Ascertain. A detailed investigation has been launched to ascertain the exact cause of the accident. Attain. After many years of hard work, he finally attained the title of world champion. Brain. He has an extremely clear brain that can perform complex calculations instantly. Campaign. Environmental groups are launching a global campaign to reduce plastic waste. Complain. Even when he was dissatisfied, he never complained and continued working silently. Contain. This drink contains a wealth of vitamins that are effective in relieving fatigue. Crane. At the construction site, a huge crane was lifting heavy materials. Detain. Police detained the man for questioning as a material witness. Disdain. He adopted a derisive, disdainful attitude toward the efforts of others. Domain. A domain name on the internet is like a website address. Drain. Heavy rain caused the roads to flood, making it necessary to clean the drains. Entertain. He entertained the party guests with his skillful storytelling and magic tricks. Explain. The teacher used diagrams to clearly explain how light refracts. Gain. He was able to gain valuable experience and knowledge through his new job. Grain. I felt a strong determination not to waste even a single grain of desert sand. Humane. He treats animals in a very humane way, and is respected by those around him. Insane. The plan is so reckless that those around him think it is insane. Lane. To avoid the traffic jam, he changed to a bus that runs in a bus lane. Maintain. A balanced diet and sleep are essential to maintaining good health. Mundane. He dreams of adventure, but in reality he is busy with mundane office work every day. Obtain. Obtaining personal information about others without their permission is prohibited by law. Pain. He hit his knee hard when he fell and felt a sharp pain. Pain. The children were playing ball in the garden when the window pane broke. Pertain. This rule pertains to all visitors from abroad. Plain. She explained complex theories in plain language that anyone could understand. Refrain. In public places, you should refrain from making phone calls in a loud voice. Regain. Thanks to the rest, he finally regained his strength. Reign. During the king's reign, the country enjoyed unprecedented peace and prosperity. Rein. He held on to his horse's reins and carefully made his way through the forest. Remain. Even after the violent storm has passed, the scars of the storm still remain in the city. Restrain. He felt intense anger, but he restrained himself to remain calm. Retain. Even after the renovation, the old building retains its original beautiful appearance. Sane. He always makes sane decisions no matter how chaotic the situation. Sprain. He sprained his ankle during a tennis match and had to withdraw. Stain. I spilled coffee on my shirt and it left a brown stain. Strain. Long hours of desk work puts a lot of strain on the eyes and lower back. Sustain. He continued to sustain a high pace in the second half of the marathon and made it to the finish line. Terrain. The area's rugged, mountainous terrain makes vehicle travel difficult. Vain. He continued to take on new challenges, unafraid that his efforts would end up being vain. Vain. She was carrying such a heavy load that the veins in her arms were visible. Ancient. The ruins have revealed evidence of advanced technology from an ancient civilization. Remainder. He decided to pack the remainder of his meal and have it for lunch tomorrow. Painful. I twisted my ankle when I fell, and now I feel a painful sensation with every step I take. Rainfall. This summer has seen significantly less rainfall than usual, raising concerns about drought. Danger. The fog is so thick and visibility is so poor that it is dangerous to drive without extreme caution. Endanger. Reckless driving is an act that endangers not only your own life, but also the lives of those around you. Stranger. I got lost in a strange place, but a kind stranger helped me. Dangerous. The old bridge is in danger of collapsing, making it very dangerous to cross. Endangered. Efforts to protect endangered animals continue. Mainly. This magazine is targeted mainly at young women. Entertainment. The theme park offers the best entertainment for everyone, from children to adults. Mainstream. What was once a subculture has now become mainstream in society. Maintenance. Regular maintenance is essential to extend the life of a building. Plaintiff. The plaintiff claims that his or her rights have been violated and seeks damages. Acquaintance. He has made many acquaintances through his work, but few close friends. Arrange. He arranged the necessary materials and venue for next week's meeting. Exchange. Students from different cultures deepen mutual understanding by exchanging ideas. Range. This store carries a wide range of products, from affordable to luxury items. Strange. She became uneasy when she heard strange noises outside in the middle of the night. Strangely. He's usually very talkative, but today he was strangely quiet. Arrangement. In order to create a travel schedule, we proceeded with arranging accommodation and transportation. Painstaking. The artisan spent several months painstakingly completing this beautiful piece of craftsmanship. Acquaint. Having moved to a new place, the first thing you need to do is to acquaint yourself with the people in your neighborhood. Faint. He heard faint music in the distance and strained his ears. Saint. He is like a saint. Ape. He skillfully imitated the gestures of his friends, making everyone around him laugh. Escape. To escape from his busy daily life, he goes to the mountains alone on weekends. Shape. The potter skillfully manipulated the rotating clay to create the beautiful shape of a vase. Base. He spent several months collecting data that would form the basis of his theory. Case. You should have extra food on hand in case of an emergency. Chase. Police gave chase to the fleeing criminal's car on the highway. Displace. The war forced many people to leave their homes and displace them. Embrace. They were happy to be reunited after several years and embraced each other with great enthusiasm. Erase. He carefully erased the mistakes in his notebook with an eraser. Face. It is when we are faced with difficult realities that our true worth is tested. Grace. She captivated the audience with her graceful movements. Place. The old photograph was taken in a place that holds special memories for him. Race. He won the race. Replace. By replacing old parts with new ones, the machine's performance was restored. Trace. They found a trace of the animal. Spacecraft. The spacecraft broke through the thick atmosphere and headed towards an unknown planet. Replacement. The light bulb burned out, so I replaced it with a new replacement that I had in stock. Pastry. The crispy texture of freshly baked pastry is irresistible. Haste. As the saying goes, haste makes slow progress. Haste often leads to failure. Taste. This soup is spicy and has a very deep taste. Waste. Food waste is one of the major challenges in modern society. Await. In the arrival lobby of the new airport, many people are eagerly awaiting the return of their families. Bait. He put some fresh bait on the hook and gently let the line drop. Create. Artists find joy in creating new worlds from a blank canvas. Date. He wrote a date on his calendar for a reunion with a dear friend. Debate. There was a fierce debate in Congress over the new tax proposal. Deflate. A nail was stuck in the tire, causing the air to escape and gradually deflate. Dictate. A powerful leader dictates all the rules of the organization. Equate. We should not easily equate having money with being happy. Estate. He inherited a vast estate from his grandfather, including vast tracts of land and a magnificent mansion. Fate. He feels that it was fate that led him to this profession. Freight. A huge cargo ship left the port loaded with a large amount of containers. Grate. She finished the dish by finely grating Parmesan cheese. Hate. He has a strong hatred for discrimination and prejudice, and works to create an equal society. Late. He is so engrossed in his work that he often stays in the office late into the night. Mate. It is said that once penguins become mates, they will cherish that partner for the rest of their lives. Rate. The country's rate of economic growth is accelerating year by year. Relate. He skillfully related his experiences into a story that anyone could relate to. State. He made an official statement about the new project at a press conference. Straight. Without any hesitation, she looked straight at the other person. Trait. Tenacity is one of his most defining traits. Translate. He translated overseas papers into Japanese and introduced them to Japanese researchers. Update. To always have the latest information, I frequently update my news app. Wait. She sat on a bench at the station and quietly waited for her friend to arrive. Wait. This bridge has a limit on the weight of vehicles that can cross at one time. Grateful. I am grateful for your help. Straightforward. His explanation was very straightforward and easy for anyone to understand. Greatly. He was greatly surprised by the news. Lately. Lately, I've been so busy with work that I barely have time for my hobbies. Statement. He made a statement to the police. Statesman. Even after his retirement, he continues to give advice to younger generations as a wise statesman. Faith. Even in difficult situations, he never lost faith in his friends who supported him. Faithfully. He has worked faithfully for the company for many years and has earned its deep trust. Faithful. For decades he remained faithful to his beloved wife. Behave. He always behaves calmly, no matter how much pressure he is under. Brave. He did a brave thing by jumping into the raging sea and saving a drowning child. Cave. Explorers ventured deep into a massive cave that has remained untouched for thousands of years. Grave. Doctors told his family that his condition was very grave. Slave. He was forced to work like a slave from morning till night for the sake of the company's profits. Bravely. He faced his fear and bravely ran into the burning house. Pavement. After the rain, the pavement was shining, reflecting the light from the street lamps. Gravestone. The gravestones in the old church have names inscribed on them that are over 100 years old. Amaze. Her incredible memory amazed everyone around her. Gaze. He gazed intently at the beautiful starry sky outside the window. Phase. The project is now entering its final and most important phase. Phrase. That phrase is often used in English. Praise. His teacher generously praised him for his tireless efforts and excellent results. Raise. He quietly raised his hand to signal his opinion. Raw. He felt a strong sting in his mouth because he ate raw onions. Probable. Judging from the sky and the forecast, it is highly probable that it will rain in the afternoon. Probably. The sky looks suspicious this afternoon, so it will probably rain. Robber. A robber broke into the jewelry store at midnight, but fled immediately when the alarm went off. Robbery. An armed robbery occurred at a local jewelry store last night. Problem. It took me 30 minutes to solve the difficult math problem at the end of the test. Audible. His voice was so low that it was barely audible even though I was sitting in the very front row. Modify. We modified the app's design slightly to meet the user's requests. Commodity. Wheat and oil are among the most important commodities traded on the global market. Product. This factory daily produces the latest electronic products delivered to consumers worldwide. Model. He spent a whole month completing that exquisite plastic model. Modest. Even after achieving great success, he maintains a modest attitude and never boasts. Moderate. To maintain health, it's more important to continue moderate exercise than overly intense exercise. Moderately. It is important to continue exercising moderately every day to maintain good health. Moderator. The moderator of the panel discussion worked to ensure the debate proceeded smoothly. Modern. The museum is characterized by a very modern design combining glass and steel frames. Periodic. Periodic inspections by experts are essential to prevent machine failures before they happen. Audience. When the concert ended, the audience stood up and gave generous applause for the wonderful performance. Bother. When I'm focusing on work, I don't want anyone to bother me. Fatherland. Living in a far-off foreign land, he always remembers the skies of his fatherland. Prophecy. According to old legends, there is a prophecy that a savior will appear to bring peace to this land. Profitable. With the hit of the new product, the company had its most profitable year ever. Awful. It was an awful storm last night, and I couldn't sleep all night because of the sound of the wind. Profit. The company earned its highest profit ever this term due to the hit of the new product. Prophet. Many prophets who convey the word of God to the people appear in ancient stories. Philosophical. He has a philosophical perspective, thinking deeply about the meaning of life. Foggy. It was a very foggy morning, and I couldn't even see a few meters ahead. Biography. He read Steve Jobs' biography and was moved by his turbulent life. Geography. He is good at geography and knows a lot about the locations and climates of countries around the world. Progress. With the development of new technologies, the field of medicine is making progress at an incredible speed. Project. Many experts were gathered to ensure the success of the huge urban development project. Archaeological. There was an important archaeological discovery in the Egyptian desert that clarifies the mysteries of a civilization from thousands of years ago. Biological. She became interested in how living things work and is immersed in researching biological phenomena at university. Chronological. To understand historical events correctly, I created a timeline with events arranged in chronological order. Ecological. We investigated how the development of wetlands affects the ecological balance of the region. Illogical. His argument lacks evidence and contains many illogical leaps, making it hard to accept. Logical. To get your point across, it is important to provide a logical explanation without becoming emotional. Psychological. For disaster victims, not only material support, but also appropriate psychological care is necessary. Logic. The key to a solution is building your logic based on facts without being swayed by emotions. Lodging. Every hotel was full during the tourist season, but I finally found affordable lodging on the outskirts of town. Bureaucracy. I'm fed up with the government bureaucracy, where procedures are too complicated and take too much time. Democracy. We should cherish the principles of democracy, where we elect our representatives by voting. Awkward. There was an awkward silence between the two after their fight. Document. The historian discovered a valuable document recording life at the time in an old storehouse. Occupant. The new occupant of the building plans to open a cafe on the first floor. Occupy. This task is very time-consuming. Qualify. He passed the rigorous exam and finally qualified as a lawyer. Psychologist. It is the job of a psychologist to empathize with people who have worries and give appropriate advice. Apologize. He sincerely apologized to his friend for breaking an important promise due to his carelessness. Apology. He deeply reflected on his rude attitude and offered her a sincere apology. Biology. He is interested in how living things work and is immersed in biology experiments using a microscope. Ecology. An urgent investigation is needed into how global warming affects the local ecology. Geology. He went into the mountains using his knowledge of geology to excavate fossils from old strata. Mythology. In Greek mythology, many unique gods starting with Zeus make an appearance. Psychology. I want to learn through psychology about the movements of the mind and why people behave the way they do. Theology. He entered a monastery and pursued the path of theology, deeply reflecting on the existence of God and dogma. Holocaust. In history class, we learned about the tragic Holocaust that occurred during World War II. Molecule. Water is made of molecules in which 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom are bonded together. Colony. A colony of ants is building a complex nest underground, centered around the queen. Policy. The company introduced a new policy of being flexible with returns, under the slogan Customer First. Solitary. He left the hustle and bustle of the city and began leading a solitary life in a small cabin in the woods. Politics. To increase young people's interest in politics, voter education such as mock elections is being conducted in schools. Equality. Regardless of gender or race, everyone has the right to enjoy equality under the law. Quality. This product is expensive, but its quality is very high and it lasts a long time. Solitude. She left the hustle and bustle of the city to enjoy her solitude in a quiet mountain cabin. Solid. This table is made of solid oak and is very heavy. Knowledge. With the spread of the internet, we can instantly access a vast amount of knowledge. Voluntary. He participated in the litter-picking campaign of his own voluntary will, not because he was forced. Scholar. The renowned scholar has dedicated his life to researching ancient civilizations. Tolerance. In a society where diverse cultures coexist, it is essential to have tolerance for different values. Tolerate. Bullying in the workplace should never be tolerated for any reason. Scholarship. Because her academic grades were excellent, she was awarded a full scholarship by the university. Consolidate. The company consolidated its scattered locations into one to improve management efficiency. Acknowledge. He honestly acknowledged his fault and promised to improve. College. He went on to college to learn specialized knowledge to become an engineer in the future. Alcoholic. He does not like alcoholic beverages. Abolish. The government decided to abolish the old tax system to reduce the burden on citizens. Polish. He polished his important shoes until they shone before heading to the interview. Folly. Climbing a winter mountain without preparation can only be called the folly of risking one's life. Jolly. He always has a jolly smile and brightens up the place. Colleague. If you have any problems, it is best to consult with a reliable colleague at work. Follow. You should follow their instructions. Hollow. I found a small squirrel hiding nuts inside the hollow of a tree stump. Swallow. When taking medicine, please make sure to swallow it with plenty of water. Follows. Whether that rumor is true or not will be revealed by the news that follows. Accommodate. The new stadium can accommodate up to 50,000 spectators. Comedy. I watched a comedy at the movie theater for the first time in a while, and laughed until my stomach hurt. Phenomenon. The northern lights are a very mysterious and beautiful natural phenomenon seen near the North and South Poles. Nominal. He is the nominal leader, but another person holds the actual power. Dominance. Backed by its unique technical capabilities, the company boasts overwhelming dominance in the global market. Prominence. He rose to prominence in the scientific world at a young age and won numerous important awards. Dominant. The company has established a dominant position in the global market using its unique technology. Predominant. Agriculture is the predominant industry in that region, and many people are engaged in farming. Prominent. He is one of the most prominent scholars in the field and gives lectures all over the world. Ominous. The sound of eerie thunder in the distance gave an ominous feeling that a big storm was approaching. Dominate. The giant corporation uses its overwhelming financial power to dominate markets around the world. Promising. The rookie player gave a great performance in his debut, suggesting a promising future. Thermometer. I thought I might have a fever, so I put a thermometer under my arm to check. Geometry. He is good at geometry, the study of shapes and spatial properties, and solve difficult proof problems easily. Common. A cold is a very common illness, but care is needed as it can worsen if left untreated. Uncommon. It is a very uncommon event for such a large earthquake to occur in this region. Commonly. This plant is commonly known by the name sakura in Japan. Promise. He visited the village again 3 years later to fulfill his promise that he would definitely come back. Comet. A giant comet that approaches Earth only once every few decades was glowing with a long tail in the night sky. Vomit. He suffered from severe food poisoning and struggled with intense nausea and vomiting all night. Comment. He left a comment on that article. Commerce. With the spread of the internet, companies around the world have come to engage in cross-border commerce. Comical. His gestures are so comical that just watching him makes you smile naturally. Atomic. Atomic energy has great power, but its handling requires the utmost care. Economic. The country achieved rapid economic development by nurturing new industries. Economics. He majors in economics at university and studies how market trends affect people's lives. Communist. The country has maintained a communist system for many years and promotes its own economic policies. Monarchy. The country is a monarchy ruled by a king, but real power is held by the parliament. Monarch. In the past in Europe, a monarch with absolute power ruled the country. Anonymous. The large donation was from an anonymous supporter who did not wish to reveal their name. Astronomer. The astronomer discovered an unknown planet using a new telescope. Economist. An economist predicted how the new tax hike proposal would affect domestic consumption. Astronomy. He has loved looking at the starry sky since he was a child and majored in astronomy in college. Autonomy. The region has been granted a degree of autonomy by the government and operates its own rules. Economy. The government introduced a new economy policy to boost the business cycle. Monastery. In the old monastery deep in the mountains, monks have been offering prayers since before dawn. Monitor. He monitors the data on the screen. Honest. He is an honest person who admits his mistakes, and he is highly trusted by those around him. Honor. He was awarded the highest honor by the country for his significant contributions. Honorable. He is known as a very honorable person who values justice more than his own profit. Chronic. He has suffered for many years from chronic back pain caused by work-related stress. Electronic. In modern business, electronic communication methods such as email are indispensable. Ironic. It is quite ironic that the house of a police officer who catches burglars was burgled. Supersonic. The state-of-the-art fighter jet is capable of flying at supersonic speeds. Tonic. When tired from work, cold lemon water is the best tonic to refresh the mind and body. Ironically. He started jogging for his health, but ironically, he sprained his ankle on the first day. Electronics. Japanese manufacturers possess high technical capabilities in the field of electronics, such as TVs and cameras. Admonish. The teacher sternly admonished the students running around in the hallway and told them to be quiet. Astonish. The magician's clever tricks astonished all the spectators in the venue. Monument. A giant stone monument honoring a former hero stands in the center of the square. Monopolize. The giant corporation has almost entirely monopolized the market share, blocking entry for other companies. Monopoly. The company has a monopoly on the power supply in the entire region, with no competitors. Opposite. His opinion was the exact opposite of mine, and the discussion remained at a standstill. Topple. Due to the violent shaking of the earthquake, old buildings across the city began to topple one after another. Improper. He made improper remarks at the official meeting, leaving everyone confused. Proper. Proper attire suitable for the occasion is required at ceremonial events. Operator. An experienced operator was called in to fix the mechanical malfunction. Cooperative. A cooperative relationship between the police and residents is essential for keeping the community safe. Cooperate. To solve complex problems, it is essential for everyone to cooperate across departmental boundaries. Operate. To operate this new machine correctly, several days of special training are required. Properly. To use the machine safely, you first need to read the manual and operate it properly. Property. He purchased a small property in the suburbs with the money he earned by working hard. Tropical. During winter vacation, I want to forget the cold and relax on a warm tropical island. Topic. The topic of today's meeting is the environment. Sloppy. Because he rushed to finish his homework, the handwriting was very sloppy. Copyright. Posting text written by someone else on your blog without permission is an infringement of copyright. Populous. Because the area has plenty of water and a mild climate, it has been a very populous place since ancient times. Popular. This cafe's pancakes went viral on social media and are very popular among young people. Far away. Gazing out the window, he thought of his family in a faraway homeland. Sorrow. He felt deep sorrow at parting with his best friend and was speechless for a while. Borrow. I forgot my dictionary at home, so I decided to borrow one from my friend in the next seat for just an hour. Impossible. It is nearly physically impossible to climb this high mountain in a single day without preparation. Possible. Depending on your effort, it is entirely possible to achieve a goal that seemed impossible. Possibly. It is possibly near impossible to finish the project in such a short time. Philosopher. Ancient Greek philosophers debated what it means to live well. Philosophy. He majored in philosophy at university to find the answer to the question, what is life? Prosecute. The prosecutor decided to prosecute the defendant as enough evidence had been gathered. Curiosity. When children see something new, they want to ask all kinds of questions with great curiosity. Velocity. In the physics experiment, we accurately measured the velocity of a ball rolling down a slope. Docile. The large dog looks scary, but it is actually very docile and friendly toward children. Fossil. The geological research team discovered a fossil of a giant fish from hundreds of millions of years ago in the strata. Awesome. The vast view of the Grand Canyon spreading out before my eyes was truly awesome. Blossom. In spring, cherry blossoms blossom in full bloom, and the park is dyed pink. Process. In the process of making bread, it is important to knead the dough thoroughly and let it ferment. Prosecutor. The prosecutor presented strong evidence in court to prove the defendant's guilt. Prospect. With the prospect of success in a new market, the company decided to move forward with its overseas expansion. Prosper. The new business steadily gained customers and prospered greatly within a few years. Prostitute. She refused to prostitute her talents just for the sake of money. Hostile. At the meeting, some attendees gave a hostile reaction to my proposal. Foster. The organization is looking for foster families for underprivileged children. Hostage. The bank robbers took the customers inside as hostages and barricaded themselves to escape. Caution. Because the mountain path was slippery, the sign said "Caution" in large letters. Botanist. A botanist is conducting a survey of rare alpine plants that grow only in high mountain regions. Botany. She is knowledgeable about plant classification and specializes in botany at university. Bottom. I drank up the water that remained a little at the bottom of the glass. Rotten. An apple forgotten in the back of the refrigerator had become completely rotten. Monotony. A job that just repeats the same task every day gradually leads to a sense of monotony. Lottery. He bought several lottery tickets with a 1 billion yen top prize, hoping for a dream come true. Pottery. She attends a pottery class as a hobby and made her own coffee cup. Aquatic. At the aquarium, you can observe colorful tropical fish and rare aquatic plants. Chaotic. The power outage stopped the traffic lights, leaving the intersection in a chaotic state with cars jumbled together. Exotic. The market was lined with exotic fruits that I had never seen before. Patriotic. After their country's athlete won a gold medal at the Olympics, the citizens' patriotic passion soared. Hypothesis. Scientists need to first form a hypothesis based on observational data before starting an experiment. Providence. He believes that his miraculous rescue from the shipwreck was due to divine providence. Novel. He came up with one novel idea after another that overturned conventional wisdom. Novelty. The new product sold well due to its novelty at first, but people gradually got tired of it. Province. He left the hustle and bustle of the city and began a quiet life in a northern province rich in nature. Novice. He is a novice at chess, but he is practicing hard and improving very quickly. Poverty. He works to support underprivileged children and break the cycle of poverty. Proverb. There is an expression similar to the Japanese saying "isogabamo ware" in a famous English proverb. Sovereign. Any nation has a sovereign right to determine its own destiny without interference from other countries. Sovereignty. No matter how great a power may be, it is not permitted to violate the sovereignty of another nation. Positive. When trying something new, it's important to always have a positive attitude. Composite. The new material has a composite structure combining plastic and carbon fiber. Deposit. When renting a new apartment, I gave 1 month's rent to the real estate agent as a deposit. Job. He finds his new job rewarding and enjoys working every day. Rob. A robber broke into a nearby bank last night and robbed them of a large sum of cash. Sob. She sobbed with her shoulders shaking after hearing the sad news. Object. During the undersea survey, the sonar detected a giant object thought to be a shipwreck. Obsolete. Technological progress is so rapid that electronic devices that were once the latest become obsolete in a few years. Obstacle. To achieve your goal, you must overcome the difficult obstacles in front of you one by one. Obvious. It was obvious to everyone that she was lying from her trembling voice and wandering eyes. Obviously. His face was pale, and he was obviously feeling unwell to anyone's eyes. Watch. He looked at his wristwatch many times, waiting for the person he was meeting to arrive. Watchdog. The organization serves as a watchdog to monitor government corruption. Facade. The building has a grand facade, but the interior is surprisingly simple. God. Ancient people believed that a god of rain and thunder lived in the sky. Nod. He answered the teacher's question by simply giving a nod. Odd. Everyone was surprised by his odd behavior when he suddenly started dancing. Squad. A special police investigation squad rushed to the scene immediately. Odds. The odds of that horse winning were very low, but it miraculously finished in first place. Cough. He caught a terrible cold and suffered from a severe cough all night. Awfully. It was awfully noisy in the next room last night, and I couldn't sleep at all. Bog. While walking through the foggy wetlands, my feet almost sank into a bog. Dogma. New ideas were rejected because they were bound by the organization's old dogma. Cognitive. Puzzles and reading are said to be good for preventing the decline of cognitive functions associated with aging. Dodge. He quickly moved his body to dodge the ball that came flying toward him. Block. A large truck was blocking the road for construction, so cars could not pass. Clock. The clock hanging on the wall of the room pointed exactly to 12 o'clock noon. Dock. A large cargo ship berthed at the harbor dock to unload its cargo. Flock. At sunset, I saw a flock of birds flying through the sky back to their nests. Knock. Someone knocked on the room door, so I replied, "Come in." Lock. You should firmly lock the front door. Mock. He mocked the way his friend talks and made everyone laugh. Stock. The supermarket takes care to never run out of stock of fresh vegetables. Oxygen. After intense exercise, deep breathing is necessary to take enough oxygen into the body. Proximate. The exact figures are not yet known, but the approximate damage is expected to reach $1 million. Approximately. It takes approximately 15 minutes to walk from here to the station. Dioxide. During photosynthesis, plants absorb the carbon dioxide that we exhale. Toxic. Regulations are necessary because exhaust gases contain toxic substances that are harmful to health. Doctor. I'm not feeling well, so I plan to see a local doctor tomorrow. Doctrine. The political party upholds the basic doctrine of promoting free trade. Dissolve. When you put sugar in warm tea and stir, it quickly dissolves and disappears. Evolve. Living things have evolved over many years to adapt to their surrounding environments. Involve. For the success of the new project, it's necessary to involve many staff members with specialized knowledge. Resolve. International arbitration was conducted to peacefully resolve the dispute between the two nations. Revolve. The Earth revolves around the Sun over the course of a year. Solve. He succeeded in solving a very difficult math problem on his own after spending many hours. Involvement. The active involvement of local residents was essential for the success of the project. Involved. He was deeply involved in the case and was questioned by the police. Bomb. The old building suffered catastrophic damage from a bomb drop during the war. Calm. After the storm passed, the sea was surprisingly calm, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Palm. He hid the coin used in the magic trick in his palm without anyone noticing. Combat. Soldiers engaged in intense combat on the front lines to maintain peace. Combine. The two small companies combined to make a fresh start as one large enterprise. Calmly. Despite the sudden trouble, she dealt with it calmly without panicking. Competent. She is a very competent secretary who not only speaks multiple languages, but also has great practical skills. Compensate. The company compensated the employees for their labor by paying them an overtime allowance. Compound. The substance is a chemical compound made up of two different elements. Comparable. The performance of the new engine is comparable to that of the latest racing machines. Complicated. The rules of this puzzle are very complicated and take time to understand. Complicate. His unnecessary remark further complicated the already strained relationships. Complement. The acidity of this red wine perfectly complements the sweetness of the beef fat. Compliment. He praised her new hairstyle and gave her the highest compliment. Complex. The puzzle had such a complex structure that it took several days to complete. Accomplish. Through extraordinary effort, he finally managed to accomplish the feat of climbing Mount Everest. Accomplishment. After 10 years of research, he developed a new drug and achieved the greatest accomplishment of his life. Compromise. Their claims conflicted, but eventually both sides made concessions and reached a compromise. Compress. To pack my luggage compactly, I put my thick sweaters in a special bag and strongly compressed them. Comrade. Having survived the tough training together, he is an irreplaceable comrade to me. Swamp. After the heavy rain, the low-lying land was completely flooded and became like a giant swamp. Prompt. He is very efficient at his work and is trusted because his email replies are always prompt. Promptly. The manager promptly sent an apology email and took action after receiving the complaint. On. He picked up the dictionary on the desk and began to look up the meaning of a difficult word. Upon. Upon hearing the news, he rushed out of the house. Wan. He looks wan from a prolonged illness, which is worrying those around him. Condiment. He skillfully uses condiments such as salt and pepper to add an accent to his cooking. Correspondent. The news program connected live with a local correspondent to report on the current situation in the Middle East. Respondent. According to the survey results, more than half of the respondents said they were satisfied with the new product. Ponder. He gazed out the window and pondered deeply about the purpose of life. Wander. I wandered aimlessly through the alleys of an unfamiliar city without a map. Bondage. The historical novel depicts the struggle of people trying to escape from harsh bondage. Confidence. She stepped onto the stage with strong confidence backed by years of practice. Confident. Since he has prepared thoroughly, he is confident that tomorrow's presentation will be a success. Bonfire. On the night of the camp, we all sang songs around a large bonfire. Conference. Next month, an international conference bringing together environmental scientists from around the world will be held in this city. Conflict. An intense conflict continues between two neighboring countries over the ownership of resources. Ongoing. Peace negotiations between the two countries are still ongoing, and it seems it will take more time to reach a resolution. Conjure. The magician managed to conjure a coin out of thin air. Irresponsible. Leaving a child in a car to go shopping is an extremely irresponsible act. Responsible. As the leader of the team, he is in a responsible position for the success or failure of the project. Consequence. As a consequence of taking the exam unprepared, he faced the reality of failing. Consequently. He kept skipping practice and consequently was dropped from the starting lineup. Concentrated. He concentrated hard on his studies in one place to pass the exam. Concentrate. It is difficult to deeply concentrate on your studies in a noisy place. Concept. The concept for the new chair proposed by the designer was a cloud floating in the sky. Constable. He has kept the peace in the area for many years as a constable in a rural town. Constitute. Liberty and equality are the most important elements that constitute this country's constitution. Constant. In scientific experiments, keeping the temperature constant directly affects the accuracy of the results. Constantly. The world situation is constantly changing, and it is hard to keep up with the latest news. Conscience. He felt a strong pang of conscience for betraying his friend for his own benefit. Conscious. He has become health conscious lately and makes sure to eat vegetables every day without fail. Subconscious. I usually forget it, but the fear of past failures remains deeply rooted in my subconscious. Unconscious. He has a habit of unconsciously shaking his legs when he gets nervous. Consciously. To fix his bad habit, he consciously maintains good posture in his daily life. Consciousness. He lost consciousness due to the impact of the accident, but made a miraculous recovery after being rushed to the hospital. Contact. I have to make contact with her. Continent. Asia is known as the world's largest and most populous continent. Quantity. When cooking, it is important to accurately measure the quantity of ingredients, not just their quality. Horizontal. The line is horizontal. Contemplate. He contemplated his future path deeply and alone in the quiet forest. Context. To understand the meaning of a word accurately, it is important to consider the context in which it is used. Content. He is quite content with his current simple life and does not desire any more wealth. Contest. She practiced hard after school to participate in a speech contest. Contrast. The vivid contrast between the white snow and the blue sky enhances the beauty of the winter scenery. Contractor. I signed a contract with a reliable local contractor to build my house. Contract. After months of negotiations, the two companies finally signed a formal contract regarding their business alliance. Controversy. The new bill sparked intense controversy from the perspective of privacy protection. Contrary. He did not agree with everyone and deepened the discussion by taking a contrary position. Contour. Looking at the map, I carefully planned the climbing route by following the contours of the mountain. Converse. He didn't just state his own opinion. He also considered the converse view to examine the issue from multiple angles. Convert. He renovated an old warehouse and converted it into a stylish cafe. Convict. With decisive evidence found, the judge delivered a verdict to convict the defendant. Beyond. A beautiful lake that I have never seen lies beyond that mountain. Bond. There is a strong bond between the two of them after sharing years of hardship. Correspond. My ideas correspond perfectly in detail with the plan she proposed. Fond. I am fond of reading. Pond. A few goldfish are swimming peacefully in the small pond in the garden. Respond. The teacher asked a question, but none of the students responded. Response. Customer support gave a prompt response to the inquiry from the customer. Want. He wants new shoes, but he is prioritizing saving money for now. Congregate. On weekends, many young people congregate in the square in front of the station to practice dancing. Congress. At the International Congress, where representatives from various countries gathered, an important resolution on environmental issues was adopted. Conquer. After extraordinary effort, he finally conquered the summit of Mount Everest. Conquest. It is said that the ancient hero achieved the conquest of vast lands and built a huge empire. Atop. Standing atop the mountain, the cityscape spreading below looked like a miniature. Cop. When I asked a cop on patrol for directions, he kindly helped me. Crop. Thanks to the good weather this year, the crop of rice and vegetables is very abundant. Drop. He carelessly dropped his precious smartphone on the ground. Pop. At the start of the party, we popped the champagne cork cheerfully. Prop. Behind the scenes of the play, the staff was busy preparing the props for the next scene. Shop. It's my routine to go to my favorite boutique shop on weekends to look for new clothes. Stop. While I was waiting at the bus stop, the bus stopped a little later than scheduled. Swap. During the lunch break, I swapped a side dish with my friend and we ate them. Top. His years of effort paid off and he finally climbed to the top of the industry. Shoplift. The security camera installed in the store captured the moment someone tried to shoplift items and leave. Adoption. After a long discussion, they decided on the adoption of a boy from an institution. Option. As a career path after graduation, I am considering the option of studying abroad as well as going to university. Optimism. He is a person of natural optimism who never loses hope, no matter how tough the situation. Adopt. The local government decided on a policy to fully adopt renewable energy for environmental protection. Opt. He opted for a path at a startup to test his skills rather than taking a job at a stable large corporation. Afar. He left his hometown and dreamed of succeeding in a land afar. Bar. After finishing work, he makes it a routine to have a quick drink at his regular bar. Bizarre. Last night I heard a bizarre news story about a person dressed strangely walking through town. Car. I went for a drive to the sea with my family on the weekend in our new car. Far. It takes 30 minutes to walk from my house to the station, which is a bit too far for a child. Par. His golf skills are professional level, and he can always play at par even on difficult courses. Scar. Every time I see the scar on my knee from falling as a child, I remember how mischievous I was back then. Star. Looking up at the night sky, countless stars were shining like diamonds. Garble. Due to poor reception, his message was garbled and unreadable. Marble. The entrance hall of the mansion was filled with luxurious white marble. Carbon. Reducing carbon dioxide emissions is a global challenge to prevent global warming. Barber. My hair had grown long, so I went to the local barber to get a clean cut. Harbor. Many fishing boats returned to the quiet harbor at sunset. Garbage. To keep the city clean, you should dispose of garbage in the designated areas. Departure. Because the flight's departure was delayed, I ended up waiting in the lobby for 3 hours. Departure. Because the flight's departure was delayed, I ended up waiting in the lobby for 3 hours. Garden. My pleasure on weekends is to tend to the garden and plant seasonal flowers. Regarding. Details regarding the schedule for the new project will be sent by email later. Hardy. A hardy plant that can withstand the severe winter cold sprouted in the corner of the garden. Bargain. Buying this high-quality watch at half price was a real bargain. Cargo. The huge cargo ship left the port loaded with a vast amount of cargo to be transported around the world. Argument. They had a fierce argument for hours about the solution to the problem. Argue. They argued heatedly for hours about the pros and cons of the environmental policy. Margin. When writing a paper, you should leave appropriate margins on all sides to make it easy to read. Sergeant. During the rigorous training, the sergeant's shouting echoed across the training grounds. Arduous. Climbing a mountain over 8,000 meters high is a very arduous journey both physically and mentally. Sarcasm. He pointed out the other person's mistake using sharp sarcasm disguised as a compliment. Remarkable. The rookie player put on a remarkable performance, scoring a hat trick in his debut match. Remarkably. Her condition improved remarkably thanks to the new treatment. Architecture. Traveling through Spain, he was impressed by Gaudi's creative architecture. Architecture. Traveling through Spain, he was impressed by Gaudi's creative architecture. Architect. He is a famous architect who designed the innovative building that has become a symbol of this city. Sparkle. Her eyes were full of sparkle with hope for the new project. Market. On weekend mornings, I went to the local open market in search of fresh vegetables and fruit. Archive. Historians searched through the old archives and discovered a valuable diary from 100 years ago. Parking. The shopping mall was very crowded on the weekend, and I had trouble finding a parking space. Parliament. Enthusiastic debates are being held daily in Parliament to enact new national laws. Armament. As tensions near the border rose, both countries increased their armaments to prepare for contingencies. Disarmament. To achieve world peace, international dialogue toward nuclear disarmament continues. Harmony. At the choir contest, everyone's voices in the class created a perfect harmony. Pharmacist. When I went to the pharmacy with my prescription, the pharmacist kindly explained how to take the medicine and its side effects. Pharmacy. After being examined at the hospital, I went to a nearby pharmacy with my prescription. Garment. This brand manufactures eco-friendly garments using only natural materials. Farmer. A local farmer delivered some freshly picked vegetables to us. Army. A large army continues to train in order to protect the borders. Garnish. To finish the dish, I garnished it with bright green parsley to improve its appearance. Parcel. A large parcel filled with local specialties arrived from my mother, who lives far away. Marshal. The fire marshal directed the volunteers to properly marshal the people gathered at the shelter. Partial. His explanation was only partial, making it difficult to grasp the full picture of the incident. Artifact. Archaeologists discovered pottery artifacts used by ancient people during their investigation of the ruins. Article. On the front page of this morning's newspaper, an article by an expert expressing concern about the economy was published. Particle. Scientists use accelerators to study the movement of invisibly small particles. Artisan. Skilled artisans carefully finish each piece of furniture by hand. Startle. Being called by her name suddenly from behind startled her so much that she almost jumped. Barter. In times without money, people survived by bartering fish for vegetables. Party. I invited my friends over for a home party this weekend and we talked until late at night. Marvelous. The sunset viewed from the top of the hill was a marvelous sight beyond words. Marvel. The audience marveled at the beauty of the massive fountain show that utilized the latest technology. Harvest. Autumn is the harvest season, and farmers are busy working in the fields from morning till night. Discard. Since I bought new furniture, I discarded the old sofa I had used for years. Guard. He is guarding the building. Hard. This problem is very hard, and nobody in the class could solve it. Regard. He is held in high regard by those around him as a leader in his field. Yard. They are playing in the yard. Regardless. Regardless of the opposition around him, he pushed forward following his own beliefs. Hardly. It was so foggy and visibility was so poor that I could hardly see the lights of the car ahead. Barge. A large barge moved slowly along the canal, carrying a huge amount of coal. Charge. After eating at the restaurant, I paid an additional charge as a service fee. Discharge. He was finally allowed to discharge from the hospital as his injury had completely healed. Enlarge. I enlarged the family vacation photo to poster size and displayed it in the living room. Large. The park has a large grassy area where children can run around. Largely. This success is largely dependent on the cooperation of all team members. Arc. The launched fireworks drew a large arc in the night sky before vanishing. Bark. The watchdog barked loudly because a stranger entered the garden. Embark. He made a firm decision to embark on an unknown field to start a new business. Lark. He surprised his friend just for a lark, half in jest.